Hello, everyone. This is Grenke round 7 for Hannah Sayce. My name is Joe, and I'm really excited to be here. I see the game has started, but I don't see the board yet, so we might have to just do a manual board, which is always very fun. So, give me a second while I set this up. But how's it going, everyone? Good to see you all. I tried setting up a shared chat, but maybe it was too late. So, uh, what's up? Yeah, also I didn't change the stream title for Hannah because I don't have that ability, I guess, but that's okay. Um Anywho, it's all good. We all know what's going on. All right. So yeah, I'll keep an eye out for the DGT board, but in the meantime, let me set one up for you guys. The old-fashioned way. A good old analysis board. So Hannah's got the black pieces here because of course she does. All right, what opening is this? I feel like I have to play a round of Chessel here. Did anyone see the first moves? Anyone want to check the VOD? I should have been paying more attention. I didn't realize. High speed chess. High physic. High E-Red. Happy Easter. What's up, Screws? Thank you. What's up, Jerome? Hello, Dome. Luca. White Knight. I've missed a lot of other people. Troll. What is Easter? It's a religious holiday. Um, Hi, Uncle Jesse. Wow, everybody's here. Okay, so white looks like they've played some sort of D4, and Hannah has some C5, but I doubt it was a Benoni. Um, so probably E6 first. Have they traded any pawns? I don't think so. Um, so let's see. It's Hannah's move. She's just brought out her knight, I believe. Okay. If I had to guess the opening, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, it's something like this. It's something like this, guys. Trust me. Trust me. Hold on. Uh, what? It's some weak pawn move, dude, honestly. Something like now this. Um she brought the second knight out, but I don't know. Was it this? Is this what it looks like? You might trust me, Uncle Jesse. I don't know if you're allowed to speak on behalf of everyone. Hannah's Swiss Gambit so far, a 9 out of 10. That seems pretty good. I think Hannah's doing quite well in the tournament. She posted a recap on her Instagram story. So shout out to her Instagram if anyone would like to go check it out and see how she's doing. Um, Last she said she was 4.5 out of 5, and I think she won round 6 actually. So is she 5.5 out? Is she playing like Sindarov? Is that Alex? Shout out to Asmoata walking in the background there. Wow, she must be feeling pretty confident in her game. She's checking out the other streamers. I'm missing a knight move from Hannah, which means I'm probably missing a move from White as well. Um, Great point. I need to zoom in enhance. I really don't like it says commentary by me, but I'm not even in this scene. I guess you guys can still hear me. But okay, she fianchettos and White has castled, which means their light square bishop came out somewhere. Okay, I'm starting to see the vision, you guys. I'm starting to see and believe perhaps there's some move like this, some move like this, and some move like this, and some move like this. How does that sound? Is that believable? She's 4.5 out of 6 because of a 0-point buy in round 1. What? She got a 0-point buy in round 1? How does that work? Did she opt in for that? They couldn't get her a full point buy? That's unbelievable. What's up, Deshchen? Good to see you. She requested his. They should have given her a full point. At least a half point or something. Come on, 0 points in this economy. We're struggling out here. I guess we can't all be like Sindarov and be 5.5 out of 6. But if she isn't counting round 1, then like her Instagram story suggests, 4.5 out of 5, she could win today and become 5.5 out of 6. She's gonna get there. She's playing inspired chess. And this game might be a long one. There's been 0 trades so far. The players are already thinking probably out of prep already. White seems like they've got kind of a more passive setup. Still controlling the center with d4, but nothing else on the 4th rank. I'm going to double check the DGT boards because why not? Oh, that's not good. Oh no. Oh, oh, uh, hmm. You know what? I won't complain about the DGT board anymore. I'm past that. I I apologize. The DGT board. I mean, listen, if we could have the camera or the DGT board, I'll choose the camera every time. Uh, but if we have neither, I can try to guess the moves they're making. We might have a short show here today. Um, we're having some technical difficulties, clearly. Hold on. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment here. Let's see. Okay, I have some good news. We do have a DGT board. The bad news is the camera is struggling. Well, um, I guess I can give you guys the DGT board scene. So we have something at least. So there's that. Flip the board, yeah. So true. All right, so Hannah, let's see. How far off was I? Not that far off. I mean, we had the moves right. It was just the wrong order. It was the knight first, then the pawn. Um, well, yeah, we'll keep an eye out on the camera and see if we can get that back. But unfortunately, I think it's just gonna be DGT only today. At least we have something, and we have each other. That's probably even more important. And, you know, knock on wood, but my internet hasn't crashed. So that's also a good sign. Well, Hannah's last move, she's developing her dark square bishop, and she's prepared to castle kingside, which is a really good setup. She hasn't committed the d pawn yet. When white has this sort of pyramid setup with the pawn structure, there's no guarantee that your d pawn will ever get traded off of d5 because these pawns haven't pushed up yet. So she's fianchettoed her light squared bishop, which is controlling this long diagonal. But if you put the pawn on d5, then you're sort of blocking that bishop. Now, in a lot of lines, it's actually still good to put the pawn on d5 because you're controlling these really important central squares, which white at some point likely would like to take some more space in the center, especially this e4 pawn push is supported by a couple of white's pieces already and will help control black's center. So there's always this debate whether you want to push d5 or not. I personally tend to do that, but I really do like Hannah's setup. I think she's really optimally placed her minor pieces, both knights in the center, the bishop on the fianchetto, bishop on e7, not blocking the d pawn, and you sort of see this whenever there's these d4 openings and you have to have this e6 pawn here, and it's kind of blocking this bishop's diagonal. So it's very common whenever white hasn't also played e4 or c4. So in a lot of d4 openings, you see c4 as well. And in that sort of pawn structure, it's a lot more common to push d5 because you could see this potential trade, either black taking on c4 or white taking on d5. There's some pros and cons for both of those captures. I think if white ever takes on d5, that really helps black take back with the e pawn, and that would help open up this diagonal. We wouldn't have to worry about playing b6 and going for the fianchetto. But here, Hannah opts for this fianchetto setup because these pawns are in the way, and they're not getting traded anytime soon. So Hannah's making a good situation for herself here, and her opponent is thinking, again, with the white pieces, which is good because Hannah's up on time already out of the opening. And interestingly, the computer's top recommendation is already to play e4, and then she should go for that d5 pawn break. And interestingly there, white could opt to close the position. Computer was also liking rook e1. We do have a move, but it's a3, and this is actually really passive. There is a reason for this move. It helps guard b4. And before you say, well, Joe, the c3 pawn's already controlling b4, well, there's a world where we can trade on d4, and the opponent wants to take with the c pawn so that they maintain two pawns in the center. Well, what's so bad about taking with the c pawn, you might ask? Well, if the opponent hadn't played a3, you also have to consider where this queen wants to go. A lot of times it's going to c2, creating a battery pointing at the king side. If you haven't played a3 and there's a capture and the c pawn takes and the queen goes to c2, then there's this really annoying knight to b4 fork. Even with the c pawn still there, if you could imagine white takes back with the e pawn, this semi-open c file is really attractive for the rook developing to the c file, and that would create a pin on the c3 pawn if the queen comes to c2. So there would still be knight b4 tricks in the position, and white doesn't want to give up their light square bishop so easily. And with this last move, the computer is saying now is a great time to play d5, actually, which clamps down on the e4 pawn push, which white should have done on the previous move, according to the top engine lines. Here, I could very well see Hannah just simply castling. I could see her playing d5. I could see her playing rook to c8. I think all very reasonable moves. The computer is actually calling for queen c8 if you're not playing d5. And queen c8 is a little bit more of an awkward move because I really like the rook on c8. But as we were talking about white not wanting to give up the light square bishop, there's this really nice idea with queen c8, just trying to play bishop to a6. And what this does is it pins the bishop to the rook and really is looking for that trade. And the only way white can not trade is if they push something like c4. And we would still have something like d5 there that we could play. But white doesn't really want to play c4 because they've already played c3. So why move the pawn twice when you could have moved it once? And they're also giving up some control over the center if they do this. It helps control the d5 square a little bit, but if we're pinning their bishop, we're looking for that bishop trade, then their pawn maybe doesn't want to capture on d5. Another common idea is to play a5 and go for bishop to a6. But honestly, I don't think Hannah needs to focus on trading light square bishops. I think her bishop's actually really well placed here. But sometimes you do want to trade because if the top move is d5, it might be hard for our bishop to really control that diagonal with the pawn in the way. Hello, Pillballer. How's it going? Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe we know someone on site that could help us try to fix the camera. That'd be pretty cool if anyone knows anyone. He was helping with the clocks. I know Matt's there just making content, you know? The man with the cam, as they call him. I don't know if anyone's called him that, but I just called him that. Okay, Hannah's played d6. It's half of a good move. According to the top line, d5, it's just she's building up the courage to go all the way. She really doesn't want to block the bishop, and I totally understand that. Um, but she's giving white an opportunity to take e4, which just helps control the center. So, um, yeah, the thing with d5, it's limiting your bishop for sure, but more than that, it's limiting your opponent's control over the board. So, d5 has some pros and cons. Ultimately, it's really easy for me to just sit here and be like, yeah, just play the top engine move, you know? Um, but yeah, I like just castling too. I think is totally fine. And yeah, I'm not sure what else d6 is doing. It's helping support both e5 and c5. Maybe this knight could hop in and be annoying because then the second knight could come in. This knight is causing some problems for white for sure because it's blocking this bishop. This bishop has no legal moves. It's completely surrounded by its own pieces. So Hannah, she's got both bishops out, both knights out. White has some work to be done, and you need space to do that. So controlling the center helps you create space for your pieces. But right now, these knights are kind of stepping on each other's toes, and this knight's completely in the way of the bishop. So white has some work to be done here. And the computer is calling for e4 once again. So opportunity missed in the previous move for them to do that. But Hannah's giving that opportunity back. I mean, another thing to think about, the move d5 doesn't really stop e4. White could still play e4. The problem is there's potentially tactics with a knight discovery. So, but with the pawn on d6, white can do that and not fear for any tactics. Do I still play Dark Souls? Not regularly. I still have it on my computer, and I still haven't beat the DLC. There's a boss that I got stuck on, so I guess I quit. But I definitely still would like to finish it sometime. I don't know when. So I really enjoyed it too. It's a great game, and I would vouch for it, and I would play it again. But you know, there's this other really great game that I've been really getting into lately. It's kind of been like a lifelong journey. It's called chess, and I play it. Some would say too much, but I would say not enough, frankly. Um, which is perhaps good news for any Joe fans out there. I'm playing in at least 2 over the board tournaments coming up this year. All right, white has found e4. They found it. And they played it. Our opponent, Daniil Liashuk, or Liashuk, I don't know. Any Ukrainians in the chat? Want to comment on my name pronunciation? Frank Lee? Is that a relative? To be honest, I don't think so. I don't know. But I'm sure there are other Frank Lees out there. That's the lovely thing about having your last name be Lee, is that you can turn any adjective into an adverb, basically. Hi Diana, how's it going? What are you doing here, Bruin? I'm commentating. Can you believe it? Somebody gave me access to Hannah Sayce's Twitch channel. I don't know who. Actually, that's a lie. I do know who. It was Hannah herself directly. I don't know why she let me do it, but she's entrusted me. She's put her chat in my hands. And unfortunately, things are not going as planned. We've lost the camera feed. And I don't have shared chat going. New Voxel gave me access? I didn't know you were in charge. You hope that I'm not dating her. No, don't worry. Don't worry. I've never even met Hannah. Wait, is that true? I think that's true. Sometimes I don't know. I've been to a handful of like Twitch cons and stuff like that. But yeah, don't worry, don't worry. I'm not here to compete with you guys. You guys still have a chance. You like to stay behind the scenes, got it. You're kind of like the puppet master. What's up, Boy Shack? Good to see you. Hope's life's treating you well. Name one commentary stream that had 0 technical difficulties. the good streams are the ones where you don't even realize that there were any technical difficulties. In fact, if I hadn't said that the camera didn't work, I'm sure some of you wouldn't have even noticed. What's up, Not Franchise? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're watching Hannah Sayce's round 7 with a live DGT board, which is an upgrade from what we had just moments ago. Which was nothing. That's not true. Like I said, we had each other. If you guys have each other, then what more do you need, really? Like, let's be honest. We could just have a Hannah Sayce chat open on its own. I could turn the stream off and we could just type away and chat and we'd still have a good time. Hopefully. Probably. But, we have even more than that. We have the DGT board with running clocks. I mean, my goodness. We can see her and her opponent are both within a minute of each other. Sure, we don't see the board. The actual live camera feed. We don't even know if she's at the board or not. She could have left. We don't even really know if the playing hall is there anymore. If you don't see it, is it really there? They say seeing is believing. Anonymous gifter, huge gifted sub. What's up, Pizza Racer? Blood Queen's having a rough go of it as well. Does Hannah steal pens from the playing hall? Is it really stealing, though? If there were pens there, presumably for the players. I'm your man, Diana. You were just asking me if I was dating Hannah. Diana seems very possessive. I've only just met you in the Twitch chat like 5 minutes ago. You were making sure. I mean, that's fair. I get it. Hello, Stefano. Anonymous gifter, back to back. A lot of people say that sequels aren't as good as the original, but Anonymous gifter has gifted out back to back bangers. And if there's a trilogy, I'm looking forward to it. I'm on the edge of my seat here. Oh, thank you, Diana. I appreciate that. I just rolled out of bed today. So it is currently 9:41 in the morning on a weekend. I don't think I've ever been up this early. But, there's chess to be had. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Although I have been sleeping through most of candidates, to be honest. But if candidates had Hannah Sayce playing in it, you better believe I'd be watching that. I'm surprised they didn't call her up when they had a player drop out. Who would they bring in? Like Anna Muzichuk? They probably misspelled. They probably forgot the H. They're like, yeah, bring in Hannah. And then they had a typo. And then they're like, wrong person. It's probably what happened. I can't confirm it, but that's the only logical explanation. Where am I? I'm in Central time zone here in the United States. More specifically, St. Louis, Missouri, also known as the chess capital. Surely it's, well, technically it's 9:43 now. Oh, we have a move. Hannah, she's found A6. Ooh, anonymous gifter gifting this this one. I don't know, guys. The first two were good. The third one, it's maybe Disney got a hold of it. Just saying. 8 business days per move. So you must really not like the daily challenges. I hate daily games. So if you see me playing a daily game, it's because I'm like getting blackmailed. Just kidding. That was a joke. No. If I'm playing a daily game, it's because I know the person and we're friends, which is a good thing. Can you imagine? I have friends. I don't know. You guys don't have to believe me, but there are some people out there in my life. And if you don't believe me, that's okay. But I have Diana Chess in the chat, and we're like best buds. Opponent has played Rook E1. That's a good move. I mean, listen, that rook was on F1 and it was staring at a pawn. But now it's on E1 and it's still staring at a pawn, but it's different, you know? The rook, it's got two additional squares it can go to. It can go up to E2, or if it's feeling really fancy, it could go all the way up to E3, which is quite the upgrade from rook E2. I'm not gonna lie, rook E2 is kind of a bad move. But rook E3 though, that's called a rook lift. Now, the opponent wouldn't do it now, but they're going to save that in their back pocket for later. Because then from E3, it could swing over to the king side. So that rook, it's looking good. It's moving places. It's seeing more of the board. And at the end of the E-file rainbow, there's a special piece called the king. And if Hannah doesn't castle, then there could be potential problems down the line with that rook opposite the king. Hannah, she follows up A3 with A6 with B5. Hannah is taking the queenside space, but at the same time, she's not castling. So she's saving that for later. She doesn't feel like the time is right. Do you think true friendship is possible between a streamer and a chatter? For sure, of course. What do you mean, Screws? Aren't we friends? You don't think we have true friendship? You don't care about nobody, Pawns Crusher? And that's your right. I'm not going to sit here and fight for you to care about anyone. But if I could give you a recommendation, if I may, I would say that if there's at least one person to care about, it should be yourself because I care about you. But, you guys should maybe Google parasocial relationships. Well, what about a streamer and a lurker? Honestly, that's you guys might not believe it, but that's some of the best relationships you could have, entirely just one direction. In fact, I would argue most most viewers are lurkers, right? I mean, how many viewers do we have right now? And how many are actually chatting? What percentage of that is just pure lurk? Hello, Zert. Use that when you are standing for the president. I mean, I used to be a president. Solid 80%. Those are good numbers. That's a majority for sure. It's easy to go from lurk to chat. It's true. You would object, but then now you're no longer a lurker. Listen, I'm not talking about lurkers to lure you out from the safety of your own lurk. If you guys want to lurk, you could lurk. I appreciate the chatters. Don't get me wrong. The chatters, that those are the people I'm interacting with, but the lurkers, those are the ones that we're really here for. The chatters are outnumbered. All right, the lurkers, they outnumber us by a lot. Like it's not even close. But, not everyone's here to engage and interact. The chatters, sure, that's fine. If you want me to talk to you, you can come out and chat. But if you're just here to receive, you know, a lot of people, they'll just put something on in the background while they're doing more important things. The chatters, they're like, they're maybe doing a little something here, a little something there, but they're coming out to chat and it's like, okay, you got this is honestly, this is going to be the highlight of my day. If Hannah didn't have me commentating, you know what I'd be doing right now? I'd be I'd be watching. I'd be watching it. No, I mean, who knows? I'd be lurking. I'd be lurking for sure. I'd still be in bed. I'd probably be doom scrolling right now. And then I'd stumble upon Hannah's stream and be like, that looks fun. Maybe I should have gone to Grenke and played chess. But no, I'm here watching. I'm living vicariously through Hannah. And that's really what we're all doing right now. We're all taking some time out of our days and our lives here on Easter Sunday to tune in, watch, and root for one of the favorite streamers out there, the one and only Hannah Sayce. I mean, what a legend she is. Hannah, I don't even know when she got into chess, but like she's had an astronomical rise in rating. I feel like the last like 10 times we played, she's beat me. And I think we've played like 5 times. So Hannah's crushed me multiple times now online. I've never had the great fortune to meet her, but One of these days, if I'm lucky enough, we can make it happen. And then I'll make Diana nervous, who left the chat, by the way, or is probably lurking. Did Lafong make that emote for you? I would guess not, but it's a nice thought. Honestly, I have no idea why he made that emote. Hopefully it's for something good. We can say it's for me. I'm okay. I'm okay with that, I should say. I'm not just saying I'm okay. Okay, here's the real secret option or reason why Rookie 1 is played. It actually creates space for that knight. So now the bishop opens up, the knight can reroute. So White's finding some synergy there for their pieces, and now it's up to Hannah to follow that up. What's Hannah's plan? Hannah, she was up on time for a little bit of time, but now she's down on time for more time. She's about 9 minutes under her opponent. So if it were me, you guys, if I was spending this much time, listen, you want to count how many moves Black has? It's a lot. Black has a lot of moves to make. But you know what move stands out to me more than any other move? A move that I can get behind and say, you know what? I can trust this move. I can trust that this move is going to be good most of the time. And I don't really have to think about it for the most part. And you know what I like to do is to not think. The more I have to think, I mean, that's energy that I have to spend. That's like actually doing something. That takes effort. And I don't know how much of that I have in me. But if I could not think and do something that is probably good, then that'll save me a lot of time and energy. And all of this just to say that move is castling. I think she should castle. Come on, Hannah. She's been delaying it for quite some time. She played D6, she played A6, she played B5. I mean, we were talking about how well placed her minor pieces are. You know, both bishops out, both knights out, one move for each piece. That's maximum efficiency. The last three moves, it's been pawn, pawn, pawn. So, what are we doing here? We're now over 10 minutes below our opponent. Where's Hannah at? We don't even have the camera feed. Is she even at the board? She could be getting water. Do you guys know, does Hannah prefer water or does she drink coffee? What time is it there? It's like 5 p.m. or something. That's a good time for a coffee, right? Coffee drinkers, I don't know if they know any limits. Hello, Aziza. How's it going? The loss got in her head. What loss? She's had coffee most Reykjavik streams. Who cares about FIDE rating? Only good for titles. Well, Pawns Crusher, I have some news for you. I think people care about titles. So, if FIDE ratings are only good for titles and people care about titles, then maybe people care about FIDE rating. I don't know. That could be a leap. That could be a leap for sure. And I'm sorry if I'm overstepping, but some people could argue that. Some people. She's got a whole bio command here. She started playing at 10 competitively for 2 years before taking a long break. Back into the game during quarantine in 2021 and had been working towards improving her rating online. Haven't played much over the board, so her FIDE isn't very accurate. Her FIDE is 1889, which, by the way, I think is very good. I think 1800 plus. She said that her FIDE rating is not very accurate, but Hannah got a title. She got WCM, maybe working towards WFM. You've seen her drink hard liquor on most streams. Are you saying we should have an intervention for her when she comes back? That's a good question, Thomas. I was just about to ask. What what does she need for her next title? But yeah, I agree. 1889, she's very close to 1900, and if she's 4.5 out of 5 games played, like she should be over that by the end of this tournament, surely. And surely is not a relative, just to answer Screws. I know he was thinking it. Is this Grenke? Human person? Yes, this is Grenke. Someone asked me that the other day about whatever I was commentating on, and I was like, man, maybe I should have said this is Patrick. If only my name was Patrick. I'd say that like all the time, probably. Are there any Patricks in the chat? There should be a Patrick bot that just says that all the time. If someone asks, is this something? It'll just detect that and then regurgitate, no, this is Patrick. But then someone would ask, is this Patrick? And then it wouldn't work as well. Or maybe it'd still be good. I don't know. Wow, Hannah has played the move Knight A5. So this does at least one thing, and perhaps two things, and maybe you could argue it does even more than that. I'm forgetting the number that comes after two, but that many things it could be. So the first thing it does, it puts a knight on the edge of the board. Notoriously a good move. But the second thing it does, it opens up this bishop. And the third thing it does that you could argue is it's not doing anything else like castling. But you know what's funny? I actually am not sure why Hannah would play this move because it's not like the knight's going forward. I mean, could you argue the knight's going to c4? Like maybe. I don't know. The funny thing about knight c4 is that you can take this knight, and I know what you're thinking. Why would white give up a bishop for a knight? And that's a great question. Well, in this position, with the c pawn pushed and the king still on e8, there's actually a line where white takes, pawn takes, and that opens up for queen check, which is actually a fork. That would be winning a pawn. So I don't really see a realistic forward move for the knight. And with the knight on the edge, there's a lot of limitations. For example, this knight can no longer move to the right. This is the rightmost the board can move, as it's unfortunately bound by the limitations of the chessboard. It only has a limited 64 squares it can work with, but from here, it only has 4. And the forward 2, I think, are bad, which means it can only go backwards, which means really it can only go back to where it came from, which leads me to criticize the move, unfortunately. But yeah, and like also the bishop opening up, I guess, I don't know. I don't think we would really be worried about a pawn push like d5, if I'm being honest. And yeah, the e pawn is currently defended twice, so I don't think we're working on taking it. And yeah, maybe we're trying to induce b4. I don't really know why. Probably that's not the reason though that Hannah's thinking about it, but opponent is thinking now. So, but yeah, I think Hannah at some point really should castle, and then you can think about these other moves. So the position is not pressing currently, right? There's no tactics that are like urgent to deal with. So she should just continue her development, much like her opponent is doing. Rook e1 is very solid, standard. Knight back to f1, now up to g3, right? This knight, clearly we can see progress has been made from the knight on d2 to g3. Progress has been made for the rook, right? From f1 to e1. I think White's putting together some pretty decent moves here. And for Hannah, castling is a serious improvement, right? We're already talking about potential tactics because of an uncastled king. Our king on e8 is vulnerable along this diagonal, which is limiting the option for our knight. We can't even go to c4 without losing a pawn. So we should castle. And when I say we, I mean Hannah. But it really is a team effort. I think the more we think about it and talk about it, she'll feel a disturbance in the force. Is that cheating? Maybe, but probably not. House line. Yeah, you want to fix our camera for us? The link isn't working for me for whatever reason. And when I say the link, I mean the link that Hannah sent me. It worked for a moment. It was working. And then it decided, hey, it's Easter Sunday and I'm in a union. So I demand time off. And it said, see ya. That's not exactly how it went down, but that's how it felt like. Thank you, Houseline. Shout out to Houseline. Literally, our guardian angel might be delayed. That's better than, look, the stream is just me and a DGT board. Like anything that we could see with Hannah on it, that's got to be an improvement. I was thinking of just taking a screenshot from the earlier position and just putting that up. And then most of the lurkers, they won't even tell a difference because they're not even looking. Sorry to call out the lurkers. I know that was probably a little too harsh for me. So, yo, gifted sub to Houseline. Let's go. Thank you. 10 minutes. Is that the delay you're talking about? I think we'll live with that. That's acceptable. Take as much time as you need, Matt. No rush. We're at your mercy. Geka God mode. Is that the new saying? Is that what the kids are saying? I've heard of Giga Chad. This is next level. Dude, but seriously, shout out to Houseline. I mean, talk about a man that has it all. You're a young buck. You can't find the standings. What's her score? She is at 4.5 out of 6, technically. Her first round was a 0-point bye. For whatever reason. 31 years young. Okay. You don't have to brag about it. Almost a billion seconds. How long is a billion seconds? Is that 32 years? Or wait. It's probably something astronomical. I think that's one of the things people are like, to better understand the difference between a million and a billion. Like what? How long is a million seconds? Like a week or something? It's probably more than that. What is it? Like a year? And then a billion is like 100 years or something? I don't know. A billion seconds is about 31.7 years. Oh wow. A million seconds is 11 days. Okay, so a week wasn't so bad of a guess, actually. Um, so yeah, you should celebrate your billionth second. It'd be a short celebration, but it'd be pretty cool. Hopefully your first billion seconds is a good one. All right, H5, Hannah. I think the opposite of what I want is happening. Every time I've suggested or thought about castling, Hannah has been like, the more you want it, the less you're going to get it. And that's similar to how bad we want this camera back. So today, it's kind of just like the opposite of what's going on. At least we have the DGT board. So there's that. And, they wouldn't take that away from us, right? Then you guys would just be left with me. And we experienced that for a few seconds. That was rough. I don't know if anyone would want to go back to that. Never castle, never resign. Yeah, H5, she's immediately questioning the knight. Maybe inducing H4 from white, which is pretty decent move. But the best move the computer is saying is bishop to g5. And this is taking advantage. When we push a pawn 2 squares, the thing you have to know about pawns is that they don't go backwards. So that means that the squares this pawn is leaving behind, these are becoming weak. We have lost our ability to control g5. So the bishop can strike on this opportunity. Bishop to g5, it's not only taking advantage of the fact we pushed the pawn twice. The thing about bishops is that they're not pawns. And because they're not pawns, that means that they can actually go backwards. And the bishop on g5, it's not only putting pressure on this knight, it's not only developing the piece for the first time, but it's also controlling h4. So when we push h5, it reasons that we push h4. So the top two recommendations for white are bishop g5 and h4. And something that these two moves have in common is that they both stop h4. So black clearly has something to play for here on the king side, and white's top two moves are putting a stop to that, actually. So we'll see if the opponent goes for that. Hannah could be potentially distracting white, and white might think to themselves, maybe I have another plan in mind. Maybe I don't want to get caught up in whatever Hannah's doing over there. Let her do it. I'll do something else. That's possible. But if they do ignore it, then Hannah will play h4, and then that problem's going to be really hard to ignore at that point. So opponent certainly sees h4 is an idea. And if h4 happens, the knight has to find a new home, because he can't stay here on g3, because he's getting evicted by the pawn. So the knight has some really good options, like going to the corner, h1. That's really fun. In fact, this knight, maybe the whole point was to go to h1. They just played knight to f8, f1 to g3, and even unprovoked, maybe white would have done that. Maybe that was the whole point. This knight was like, you know what would be great? I'm already on the back rank, but what if I was on two edges of the board at the same time? You've heard the knight on the rim is grim, or even dim. But you know what's more grim and dim than the knight on the rim? The knight on two rims. It's twice as dim or grim. So Hannah put her knight on the edge of the board, and now white could one-up her. Okay, in all seriousness, I don't think this is not a serious consideration. If white plays knight h1, then I'm gonna have to wait to see the video feed to make sure it's actually happening, because I don't know if I'd believe it. Do I have trust issues with the DGT boards? Maybe. They've been struggling this tournament. I don't know if you guys watched round one, but it was just absolute madness and chaos. I had to commentate for Rachel and Alex simultaneously with no DGT, which for the most part is okay. Actually, it's fine. But when they're in a time scramble, then it's all bets are off. It's just madness. Can I explain the difference of playing in person compared to online? There's a lot of differences. You watched her play the other day where the host was completely confused by what she was doing, but attributed it to being live. Well, I can definitely answer your first question. I'm not sure how much it ties into the second thing, because I'd have to see what the host was saying and what the moves were. But first and foremost, I think the biggest difference as a player is just the visualization. I think there was a really interesting interview with Sam Shanklin, where he was saying that he's actually better blindfolded compared to playing online, which to me is kind of crazy, but it's believable because he can better visualize it in his mind than he can on a 2D screen. That interview might have been with Daniel Tosh, by the way, which is kind of funny. How was CCL last night? CCL was really fun. We watched the first round of playoffs. Mizzou beat Texas Tech, and they'll move on to play against UT Dallas next weekend. Hello, B Prods. How's it going? You were 32 when you learned that pawns don't go backwards. Nice. It's never too early or too late to learn. That's actually not true. It is probably too early to learn certain things. Like, you probably shouldn't learn that. There's a funny, like, meme, I want to say, about things you shouldn't do with babies, which there's a lot of, but one of them is playing chess. I won't expand further on that. Back to the question at hand. Visualization is the biggest difference, I think, between playing online and playing over the board. There's also like a common, I don't know if I'll call it a meme or a trend, but there's a video of like people playing over the board where they're like, hold on, let me like adjust it real quick. And then they'll put the pieces flat on their side. And then they'll stand up and look at the board from the top down. And they'll be like, ah, this is much better. Because it reminds them of how the pieces look on a 2D board. It hurts when they beat you. True. Is white possibly thinking bishop g5 here? Yeah, certainly. That is a very good move. It's their last minor piece, and it's taking advantage of Hannah playing h5 and prevents against Hannah from playing h4. So bishop g5, really solid move. We'll see if white plays it. I think h4 is also quite logical. h4, though, creates a similar weakness in white's position on g4, and that would allow for knight g4, which, by the way, reveals a double attack on that h4 pawn. So h4 is kind of a weakening move. It's a lot more committal, that's for sure. So if we're attacking that pawn twice, it's only defended once by the knight. At that point, then white might find bishop g5. But, you know, we could play maybe f6 in that line. Maybe. I don't know. But, no, I think bishop g5 is most reasonable. The funny thing is, we could sacrifice the h-pawn and just let them take it. And our argument would be, yeah, we lost a pawn, but we gained a semi-open file against your king. But this is kind of like, I don't want to say it's like risky chess, but it's certainly like we're taking more risks than if we maybe just castle. Castling and like, yeah, you're committing your king somewhere and you could get attacked on that side, but our opponent has also castled the king side. And, you know, you could just have a normal game from there. Trying to fight for the center or maybe playing on the queen side even. Yeah, I don't know. Winning is better than castling, it's true. But I think castling oftentimes goes hand in hand with winning, and that they're certainly not mutually exclusive. Although in this position, one side has castled and the other hasn't. So we'll see. If Hannah wins, then perhaps your statement is even more true. But then if she loses, it's the exact opposite. Do I think she'll castle? Um, I mean, I want to say yes. Really, I want her to. Call me old fashioned. That's like something that a coach tries to get their student to do. And I'm certainly by no means Hannah's coach. Hannah is a much better player than I am. That is very true. As proven by her record against me and her rating. So, really I should be the one taking notes here. She's going to pull some sorcery and win. You thought I was Joel? Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint. Besides the start of our names, I don't know how much we have in common. Of course, we both play chess. To be fair, we all have so much more in common than we have in difference. Joel and I probably have more in common than the average person. Move pawn to d5, says Kappa. Well, white has found the best move according to the engine. That's typically a good thing if you can do that. The funny thing is, if you do that enough times, it becomes then a bad thing. So there's a limit. There's a limit to how well you can play before people start accusing you and becoming mad. So we'll have to keep an eye on this guy. I'm joking. I'm joking. That's not something to be taken lightly. Uh, yeah, not a some people with OTB chess, especially. Did you guys see Magnus's opponent got a selfie and then he like called the arbiter to take the phone away? I think I think like with minimum context, it's actually pretty funny. Because it's like, oh yeah, let's get a selfie. All right, now take it away. It's like, yes, officer, this one right here. Um, but yeah, I mean, chess is serious. It's a board game. It's a children's board game, but it's very serious, especially when the adults play it. I mean, okay, you gotta be able to laugh at yourself sometimes. Chess is funny, dude. Chess, I think it's something that is both not serious, taken seriously, it just makes it even more less serious and funny to me at least. I mean, I get it. I mean, listen, I take chess pretty seriously, right? But you have to recognize that it is funny because it is just a board game at the end of the day. Queen c7 here. Yeah, that's certainly a move. Hannah could shock us all and castle queenside. I wouldn't recommend it. Um, Now castling becomes a bad move because opponent could take the knight and then take pawn. Sad. It's Joe Swoll. Isn't that actually a content creator? Am I thinking of the wrong person? I don't know. That's funny though. We're both very human looking. Good. So the costume is working. All I saw is Hikaru sitting in a chair for 6, 7 minutes. Where did you see that? Why did you see that? I don't know. I don't know what question I want answered first. Okay, probably. I'm not asking where you saw that so that I could go see it clearly. Oh, that's so funny. Tell me where. you know, so I can do my own research. No. I met Hikaru for the first time um last year. Very cool. Very cool. Hikaru, what a guy. I mean, man, that guy knows how to play chess, doesn't he? That's kind of what he's known for. That's what most people know him for, I'd assume. There are people out there though that know him for something else. I don't know what, but like he probably has some non-chess friends, I assume. Maybe. Um yeah, I guess he's not doing so hot in the candidates though. I mean, I saw his Rook and Pawn end game against Wei Yi, and I thought he was gonna win. The eval bar believed in him, or really it believed in the position. I don't think the eval bar takes into account who's playing. I guess the eval bar is pretty objective in that sense. I'm pretty biased, being a human and all, and a fan of Hannah, or as some would say, a Fana. All right, that was. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry you had to. We're probably losing all viewership. Uh, Martino's asking how much elo do you have online? I'm about 2300. I hit 2300 blitz for the first time ever, just like a few weeks ago. I feel like you like Fanta soda, the orange flavor. I feel like that's their most popular, right? I don't know how many other flavors they have, or is it more like colors? Okay, Hannah, knight back to g8. Anonymous gifting to the low elo community. Thank you for that. Huge. Orange, orange and pineapple and strawberry, all very good. Okay, I don't know if I've had the others. I love pineapple and strawberry too, honestly. I don't like soda as much though. I stopped drinking soda a long time ago. I'll have soda if like it's offered to me, but I would never really go out of my way for it. Um, except like if you're getting like street tacos and they have like the Coca-Cola in the glass bottles, like I feel like that's kind of a nice treat. They say it's made with like a different kind of sugar or like real sugar, whatever that means. Here in America, we just eat whatever is available, which is mostly just processed junk food. My favorite, really. Um, no, I mean it depends. It depends. I think the cool thing about traveling, or one of the many cool things, is going to like the grocery stores and just seeing the different products and the packaging, and it's all marketing, and the grocery stores are like designed in a way where they put certain things at eye level, and I think they give you like so many options to like wear you out. I forgot exactly what it's called, but there's certainly like this option overload. Should have a feed. I need to reframe. Dude, Houseline, you're seriously an angel, an actual godsend. I'm over here talking about grocery stores. Chat is like, save us, please. What did we do to deserve this? There's a difference between German Fanta and American Fanta. Are there other country Fantas I should know about? A festival. Yes, a festival of chess. Or as some perhaps would call it, a chestival. Which, to be honest, I'm actually not a big fan of the term chestival because I first heard it in regards to the Las Vegas Chess Festival, but apparently now there's one that's happening in like Sweden. So now I'm like, dude, is everything a chestival? Like, I don't know. Are we calling everything a festival? Okay, hold on. Let me try this oh, hold on, folks. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Is this working? Ugh. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have liftoff. Can we get a shout out in the chat for the one and only Matt, our good friend Houseline? I mean, look at that. Joe not replying to Matt. Yeah, no, here we go. Look at this. Sorry, it took me a while. But yeah, I mean, it's looking good. Certainly much better than whatever I was providing. So this is a different camera angle than what Hannah had. This angle, we get to see the rest of the playing hall. So look at that view. I mean, what a gorgeous venue. Can I just say it? Lots of lighting, right? I mean, and really lots of chess. I think we see maybe some other streamers in the background. Hannah's kind of at the end here at this table. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Matt. Really appreciate it. So sorry, but that's the best I can do right now. What are you apologizing for, dude? You single-handedly saved us. You're the hero. Seriously, everyone, please give Houseline some credit. A shout out, a follow, a thank you, maybe some hearts in the chat. Or nothing. Honestly, like we didn't need this. No, I'm just kidding. It's all 240p. Dang. Yo, you guys, literally we didn't even have a camera and now you're like, "Oh, it's 240p." Like, are you serious right now? Okay, there we go. Not the unsub, actually showing some appreciation. Okay, so we have a move. So, yeah, this is honestly, it's taking a little bit of a turn for worse, I feel. Okay, well, we're moving. Guys, Houseline just swept us off our feet, really. I mean, look at that. We can see our opponent, he's got a drink. He's set on the floor. Both players deep in thought here, elbows on the table. In this angle, we can see Hannah's shoes. We can see the full outfit. White Knight with the sub. Thank you. Great production value. I agree. I mean, oh, did you guys see the clock? The clock just like stuttered. I could have sworn it flashed. I think Hannah had like 8 hours on the clock. That's one heck of a increment there. Jesus. Sorry to use, I mean, what is Easter? His birthday? No, that's Christmas. She does have two shoes. That is good to have. One time I only had one shoe and someone asked me if I lost a shoe and I said no, I found it. That's a bad joke. His second birthday, yeah. Here for the shoe commentary. Yeah, Matt, could you actually like pan the camera down and zoom in a little bit? Can we see? Are those Doc Martens? I don't know. I'm just kidding. The knight was taken off of F6 in this position. So are you saying the camera feed is delayed? Honestly, as I don't I appreciate we can see the playing hall. It's like we're there. I was worried that the playing hall wasn't there anymore because I couldn't see it. But now I see it and I believe. It might not be good enough for some chatters, but it's good enough for me. And then there's gonna be some people some conspiracy theorists that are gonna say it's all fake. They're gonna say this is pre-recorded or CGI or AI even. But I'm a believer. I believe that is really Hannah right there. Call me crazy. Honestly, it's better production than the Artemis 2 live stream, you know. If Matt was running that stream, it'd be much better. We'd actually be seeing the action. If the Artemis 2 broadcast team was streaming this, they would show you like the audience behind the chessboards, the people watching the games. You wouldn't actually see the game. Is that Alex back there? I guess there's two Alexes. I'll just say Alex vaguely, generically, which increases my chances of being right. It just has to be one of them. But, oh yeah, there's Alex. Don't ask me which one. It's very annoying that there's two Alexes. Doesn't that help? You could just say Alex, and then you'll get both of them. It covers all your bases. La Parado, the Bolivian Alex. You could call Asmoata, just call her Asmo. Maybe, maybe not. I'll just say Alex. Just call them both. I've never met Prado. I don't. Or wait, ha have I? I don't even remember. I went to TwitchCon EU and I met Asmoata. You like Asmo? I forgot the origin story. It's like from some game she played, I think, as a kid, maybe, and it's like combined with one other thing, perhaps. I don't know. All right, well, so Hannah, she's yeah, I'm not a fan of what she's done with the knights, to be honest, or with the H pawn. I think she should have castled. I think H5 didn't really help her position. Now she's got a pawn that is being babysat by the rook. Knight back to G8. She's hoping for a trade here, right? She wants this capture, and then she'll recapture with something. But the problem is White's saying, hey, I'm not gonna help you out. All right. You've kind of dug yourself this hole. You put your knight back on G8. I'm not gonna help you bring it back out. You're gonna have to figure that out on your own. So H4 now. She's combined or he's combined both of the best moves from this position after H5. So here I really think she should have castled. We've been hoping for that move for quite some time. The computer's saying the best move is to just take on D4 and then castle. But you can see here, like white's castled and they have these three pawns. Black has these three pawns as well and could castle, and this is just standard, really common sort of setup, right? King safety, it's really important. Instead, she really commits. She full sends with h5. Very aggressive, right? She's trying to launch an attack, which is admirable, but also weakening. So the problem is her opponent now has some good moves here. Knight comes back trying to flush this bishop away, and yet white just holds their ground, h4, and we don't really want to play f6. Bishop will come back. And yeah, I mean, we went from having three pawns and a knight here to pawn on h5, pawn on f6, knight back to g8. So now we can't even castle if we wanted to. This knight can't go to the center anymore. If knight here, there's knight takes, which is kind of annoying. Maybe we could go for knight g4, which, funnily enough, attacks that king. It maybe hangs the g pawn with check, but then the knight kind of gets trapped there. So who knows? Certainly not me. But yeah. Okay, wait. Black's turn, and they play queen c7. Okay. So Hannah, how crazy would it be if she castled queen side? How crazy? It'd be pretty crazy. There's moves b4, a4. Like, maybe there's a world where she tries f6, g5. I mean, I don't know. The queen here no longer supports this diagonal even. So I don't know, guys. I have a habit of blaming myself for literally everything that ever goes wrong. But it particularly makes sense now, because why else would Hannah's camera turn off? And why else would Hannah be putting knights on the edge of the board and not castling, right? It doesn't make sense. It has to be me. And I know what you're thinking, Joe. That's so selfish of you. How dare you make this about you? Well, that's what happens when I commentate. Just things go wrong. I watched Rachel and Alex round one. DGT was not working. They both lost. Hannah hasn't lost a single game this entire tournament. And then all of a sudden, this dude shows up out of nowhere. Camera doesn't work. Hannah forgot how to castle. I mean, it's just everything's going wrong. The one good thing today is Houseline. If Houseline was commentating, she'd probably have won the game by now. But no, she got me. She drew the short stick, and now she's struggling because of it. So if you were to take anything out from today, if you were to take one lesson, one takeaway, it's to not have me commentate. All right? So for anyone out there watching, just let this be a warning. You've been warned. Bad things happen when I'm around. That's at least my takeaway. I don't know how else. Okay, so White's played a move here. Finally, something that I can talk about besides myself, because that's certainly the last thing we want to hear. D5 from White. The computer gives us a miss. What is the idea? Well, when your opponent hasn't castled, you want to open up the center. You want to play in the center. And this is what white's decided on. They want to chip away at these pawns, and it also blocks this diagonal. What's interesting is this is kind of a gambit because we're attacking this twice, only defended once. Now, tactically, it doesn't work to win a pawn because we'll lose a pawn and be worse off, I'd imagine. Pawn takes, pawn takes. This helps open up the rook, by the way. Our bishop will be penned. It is defended by the knight. But pawn takes, bishop takes. Our bishop is lined up opposite their queen, which leads to a tactical shot like bishop takes b5 with check. Pawn takes, and then there's queen takes pawn. Pressure on the rook. And yeah, white just wants to go at it. Now, here's the good news for us though. We could play a move like c4 or a move like e5. We could keep the position closed. We don't have to play into this attack. Whoa, plus 18 rating, 2112 performance. Do you guys know how they calculate the performance rating? Because, I mean, she's 4.5 out of 6. The only loss, it's not even a loss. She had a 0-point buy in the first round. And it's saying she's getting plus 18 rating, which puts her over 1900. She is 1889, and she's had a performance of 2112. So, ELO is a very interesting system. It's also a good band. Shout out to ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. Am I aging myself there when I say that? Do the young ones know ELO? I mean, it's a pretty popular band. I mean, okay, Hannah has played E5, so she's keeping things closed. But yeah, white can now bring the attack here. This pawn on D5, it's really limiting this knight's moves. And as we had mentioned, the knight can't go to c4 with the king uncastled if we don't want to lose a pawn. So takes, queen comes out with check and a fork. So yeah, really curious what we actually do about b4 now that I'm looking at it. With the pawn covering c6, bishop covering b7. The knight has no retreating squares. So, yeah. b4. There is this interesting idea, knight b3, and we have c4. I think b4 just wins the pawn for white. I think now we are beginning to see the positional advantage turn into a material advantage if white finds and plays the move b4, simply attacking the knight on the edge of the board, the knight that has no retreating squares. So yeah, I can already imagine asking Hannah why. That's brutal. That's so mean. No, but like, yeah, why put the knight on the edge? Like, can she walk us through that thought process? What did she see? Is maybe another way of putting it. Also, it still sounds rude though. I don't know. You guys got to help me with my bedside manner. I guess I should call it my board side manner. Honestly, we're gonna have to cancel the post game interview. I'm already in my head. It's like, Hannah, you just lost the game. What on earth were you thinking? Walk us through that. Walk us through your thought process on how you found all of these bad moves. It's so rude. I'm just a rude person, honestly. Hannah's never asked me to commentate ever again after this, and I wouldn't blame her. If people ask me to commentate, I have to like give them like a warning that they have to sign off on, like warning. Before I do this for you, you have to acknowledge that this is a bad idea. It's probably going to hurt your chances of winning, and I'm gonna roast you the entire time. So I didn't send that to Hannah beforehand. She would have read it and been like, "Oh, I agree. Sorry. I forgot this was a bad idea." Um, that being said, I still am on the lineup to commentate for Rachel and Alex again, I think in round 9. So I haven't been fired just yet, somehow. Um, let me walk us through this game. So we had d4, and we have the bishop fiend cuttering on b7, bishop to e7, and here's really a moment where both sides can try to fight for the center. Instead, we have a3, d6, and now e4, a6, rook e1, b5, knight back to f1, rerouting. Hannah moves her knight to a5, opening up for her bishop. But yeah, not really seeing a follow-up here, unfortunately. And same with h5 now. So bishop comes into g5, knight looking for a trade, which doesn't get accepted. So at this stage, she could play c4. c4 makes a lot of sense, right? This is helping fight for control for the knight. You're attacking the bishop, and you're controlling b3, and you're limiting b4, because now you have en passant. Instead, queen c7, d5, e5, keeping things closed. And now it's white's turn. This is really a strong opportunity to play b4. And as I had put it, winning material by force. And let's see, he's lifting his hand. No, he thought about it. His elbow lifted. Oh, there it goes. Whoa, really fast rook move here. This, my friends, is a miss. White went from over +2 to less than +1, which is great news for us. Didn't look at b4, which is a little surprising. People say when you're looking for a move, there's a hierarchy of things you look for in the order of checks, captures, and threats. So not a lot of good checks in the position. Not really a lot of good captures either. But there is a really strong threat. b4, and very quickly Hannah has played c4. I think Hannah probably was worried about b4 hitting. And you know what, guys? after all of the things we can say about Hannah's play, this game is far from over. And in fact, I think Hannah, with the speed of which she's played some pretty good moves back to back here. She recognizes the knight is a problem. And I think this is seriously like a great lesson, not only for chess, but in life. The lesson is it's okay to make mistakes, right? Because mistakes happen. They're going to happen. You can't be perfect, right? It's just not possible unless you're house line. But none of us are house line, okay? So for the rest of us, we can't be perfect. So you have to accept that you will make mistakes, all right? It's not about the mistakes you make. It's about how you come back from that. So Hannah, she is having a return to grace here right now. She, I think, has the momentum. The computer might still like white. It's true. But white missed b4, which was a huge opportunity to really dictate the pace and really press Hannah and put her into some really tricky spots and situations. Opponent missed it and allowed c4, pushing the bishop back and now giving life back to the knight. Bishop come back, right? This bishop no longer happy on the diagonal, closed position. What do? We reroute. And look at this. White is at a loss for moves, and now they're throwing, actually. Like, this move we already said was not good. This is helpful. This is fantastic. You know what's ridiculous? You guys want to guess what the best move is here that the computer's saying? Notice there are 3 ways to capture. Hannah takes with the queen. I assumed you could just take with a knight. Why did I think that? Well, the computer was saying the best move is king takes, which is ridiculous. The second best move is queen takes. Okay, now it's saying queen takes is better, but knight takes apparently is bad. And why is that? Because it allows for the shot knight takes e5. Wow. Knight takes, knight takes. If pawn takes, pawn push. Very interesting. Well, anyways, queen takes was played. This is the practically best decision. And now b7 is free for the knight. And as we pointed out in chat, knight's going to c5. So that knight has a new home on the horizon. You're surprised he didn't play b4. Yeah, it looked like a really strong move. And I think Hannah also realized it. So once rook c1 was played, it was like a breath of fresh air, a new chance, a new life. And Hannah, she's been fighting her way back, and she's playing fast. She's playing quickly too. What's better than playing good moves? It's playing good moves fast. She's like a race car out there. She's like a Ferrari. Like, look at the clock. She was down on time, now she's up on time. And her opponent nodding his head, right? He's making a move. Like, this guy, he thinks he's cooking. Like, he's like, yeah, oh yeah, I'm feeling great. My position's great. No, this guy, he's just botched it. This last move, a4. Why take the rook off the a file and then push the a pawn? I'm going to have a post-game interview with her opponent and start grilling him now with the tough questions. Like, hey, why didn't you play b4? It was +2. It was more than +2. You don't want free material? Why'd you move the rook off the a file and then push the a pawn? Riddle me that. And now the eval, it's saying it favors black now with the move bishop to g4, which is incredible because that's only available because Hannah played h5 and the opponent had h4 induced. Guys, it's all coming together. This is the energy. This I largely attribute this, of course not to myself, of course not, but to Matt, who provided the camera. I think Hannah knew without the camera, she was like, well, the chat can't even see these moves, so who cares? Who cares about them? Matt showed up, our savior. He set up the camera. Hannah's like, "Oh, we're live. They can see me. All right, it's time to cook. Time to bring out the A game." This is a new Hannah. Hannah's opening was really good until I don't know, but I want to say like knight a5 or h5 or like I don't know what happened, but the flip was switched. Wait, was a flip switched or was a switch flipped? I don't know actually. It's a switch was flipped, right? What did I say? A flip was wait, I don't even know what I said. I feel like it could be interchangeable, but I know that's not true. That's like that has to be something has to be wrong. I feel like those words are both nouns and verbs. Um, wow, you guys. Hannah, of course, played the best move. I mean, of course. That bishop has lived multiple lives. It was fianchettoed, but then, circumstances changed, and that bishop it wasn't married to b7, right? It can adapt and overcome, and now look at it. It's found a new home, and it's pinning this knight. We actually have a threat. That is not the move. Our threat, we could take this knight and then take that pawn. And when the queen comes back, guess what? H5 can now play into H4 again. And we left that rook there. I mean, guys, is Hannah like she's an artist. She's a chef. She's a visionary. She's a pro. Dude, she's so back. No, I didn't say flipped was switched. I said flip was the flips, I don't know. Flips. Listen, guys, it doesn't matter what I say, okay? We can move on from that. But yes, the turns have tabled. I agree. Uncle Jesse's got to get in the commentary booth. Why? What's going on with that? Why don't they have Jesse commentating Magnus's games or the candidates? This could be an opportunity for me. I could ask Jesse to commentate my games. Maybe if I'm lucky, Jesse will give me lessons. I think yeah, I owe Jesse big time. All right. A takes B5. An absolute layup for a move for Hannah. Way too easy. She just takes back. A takes B5. She's going to take back and be like, is that all you got? Come on. Give me a real move. Make me think again. But White's on the hot seat. White took on B5 because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what else to do. They're like, they can't believe it. The best move is to put the rook back on a1. And this is a hard move to make. This is an admittance of just having played a bad move, which, if you have an ego, I'll be impressed if he does that. That's all I have to say. It's hard to admit you made a mistake, right? And that's why Hannah, she'll probably say something nice about having me as a comment. She'll be like, "Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate it." But it was a mistake to have me here. And Hannah's just too nice to say it. No, I'm joking. Uh okay, we'll see what he does. He's probably going to, I don't know. That's a great question. Rookie 3 maybe? That's like kind of ridiculous. Maybe I'm thinking like knight f5 is probably a bad move. It's like white just they're all bad moves. Rook a1 makes sense. You're pinning the knight to the rook. So there's that. He might play rook a1 just because everything else is bad. Yeah, he's done it. What else is there to do for white, right? So Hannah, now the question becomes, does she take and take? Or does she develop the knight? Knight h6 is an idea. This keeps this knight out here, as I was pointing this out as an option, potentially. Perhaps. He has no moves. Sindarov's looking decent again. Will anyone stop Sindarov? Who's he playing right now? Oh my word, we've got a huge raid from none other than the famous international celebrity sensation, Phoebe Vita. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Phoebe. We're watching Hannah Sayce. This is round 7 of the Grenke Open tournament in Germany, which, I am an American. I don't know geography very well, but I think Germany is fairly close to the Netherlands. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong there, but maybe Phoebe will make an appearance on the stream. We saw Houseline recently VIP'd in Phoebe's chat. So, it's a classical game. I'm sure Phoebe could get there in time. They've got some speedy trains over there. They're so fast. Like, here in the US, we go like, I don't know. It's like, I mean, they have different units in Europe. It's just everything's faster, Instead of 80 miles per hour, it's like 120 kilos, per whatever time unit they have over there. It's like a different time over there too. It's all weird. Everything's different. The caps don't come off the bottles. Like, that's crazy. They just have more advanced technology than we do. Okay. For those of you joining us, I'll give us the rundown really quickly of how this game, it's got everything, guys. It's got the drama, it's got the ups, the highs, the lows. Okay, Hannah's got the black pieces. First and foremost, she's playing tremendously. You guys might have heard of Senderov going 5.5 out of 6 at the candidates. But Hannah, she's won 4.5 out of 5 of her games. So she's kind of like the Cinderov of Grenke, is what they've been calling her. So now she's trying to win this game, and then she'll be tied with Cinderov. So Cinderov hasn't lost a game yet, but that's because she hasn't played Hannah. And Hannah's got the black pieces. We've got c5, both knights out. She fianchettos. She develops her last minor piece. And here, she could play d5 or she could castle. But she plays d6, and then she puts the knight on the edge. And then she launches the kingside attack, h5. So she doesn't castle. And I know what I was thinking at this point. I was thinking, what is she doing? This doesn't look great. Like, I'm kind of questioning Hannah. And honestly, that was the last time I will ever make that mistake. I cannot question Hannah's vision because she is the master. She is the pro. She is the cook. All right. I am just sitting in my chair at home, watching from a computer. All right. There's a reason why Hannah's there on the big screen, and I'm here down below on the smaller screen. And it's because even though, the opponent could have played b4, just winning material on the spot, the knight is trapped. If we go to c4, takes, and then queen comes out with a fork. But what Hannah saw deeper than I could ever imagine was that the opponent played d5 and again missed b4 and played rook to c1. That's what I was missing this whole time. And I didn't see it. Hannah saw it. And now Hannah, everything just starts to come together. c4, bishop back, bishop takes, queen takes, and now bishop to g4, taking advantage of this outpost that Hannah created by playing h5. Takes, rook a1, knight h6, rook lift, and now, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, is it time? The moment of truth? Will Hannah castle, connecting her rooks? I mean, I've always known Phoebe to have really good timing. She must have known this was the position. Maybe she looked, or maybe she just felt a disturbance in the force. I wouldn't put it past her. I don't know. Phoebe is like, she's a Jedi, but she's also an elf. She's certainly immortal, but I don't think she's a vampire. But I don't have enough information to know for sure. Phoebe's many things. Phoebe is Phoebe. There's only one Phoebe. She's a one of one. And she has impeccable timing. She might as well be a wizard as well, actually, because she's never late and she's never early. She arrives precisely when she means to. And she knew this was a good moment to raid in because this is a big move here for Hannah. We've been questioning for quite some time, a large portion of this game, whether or not Hannah will castle. Could this be the moment? Maybe Hannah was waiting for the Phoebe raid. Let's see it. She's thinking. She's got her hand raised there. Opponent just lifted the rook. The rook went to c1 and then back to a1. He did a pivot. He was like, pit stop on c1. Got to go back to a1. Now rook lift. Clearly intentions of doubling on the A file. The knight is pinned. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we have it. On the board, she is castled. And my eyes don't deceive me. Because we have the video evidence. We were missing the camera earlier, but then we were saved by the one and only house line. But I knew if she castled, I wouldn't believe my eyes if I didn't see it. So, wow, she's done it. Ladies and gentlemen, Hannah, listen, she gave White an opportunity. She was like, listen, I don't know if you know this, but I haven't been beat. All right, I've got a performance rating of over 2,100 right now. I'm going to be over 1,900 by the end of this tournament. And you're just, mid 1,700s. And honestly, saying 1,700s is maybe too much. She could have just stopped at mid. And so she was being generous and kind to give her opponent a chance. Not only one chance, but two chances. He could have played b4. She's like, listen, I'm going to put the knight on a5. I'm going to let you play d5. And I'm going to let you play b4, not once, but twice, but not 3 times. Two chances you could have played, but she's not giving him more than that. And now she's in the lead here. The computer finally sees Hannah was better the whole time, actually. The computer just didn't appreciate her genius. It couldn't even see as far as Hannah could. Hannah's been ahead of this the whole time. She knew, dude. From move 1, I mean, even before that, going into this round, I mean, was there ever even a chance for this guy? I said he had 2, but I'm starting to question everything now. Hannah, I mean, what other tricks does she have in store for us? Here we go. She's getting up from the board. She's like, I've had enough. This guy, I thought you could give me more of a challenge. But unfortunately not. So Hannah, she's going to go 5.5 out of 6. She won't be beat. She's going to keep winning until she actually gets a spot in the candidates to face off against Senderov. They're going to sub her in. I was joking about putting her in the women's candidates. They misspelled Hannah and they forgot the H, so they invited Anna. But she's not even going for the women's candidate. She's going straight to the open candidates. They're going to sub her in for Hikaru. Wait, we have audio from the camera feed this whole time. Should I unmute it? Do you guys want to? He coughed. I saw he coughed, and then I saw the audio. Don't you guys love having the full coughing audio as part of the? It's like we're actually there. I hope you guys are okay. We might need to put some masks on to protect ourselves. This is basically, like they say, it's like a 3D experience in person, but really it's kind of like 4D now somehow. Pawns Crusher, thank you for the 1,000 bits for castling. Why do they look so depressed when they're about to play something? It's nerve-wracking. It's a serious, I mean, every move you make in classical, it's like You know how you can't take a move back? It's like that, but times a million. Like when you're playing online Blitz, you can play a game immediately after, right? Like it doesn't matter. You could play these games so fast. These online games or these over the board games, there's so much more at stake, right? Like these games last multiple hours of your time, of your life. It's like you can't get that time back. If you make a mistake, it's over. Like that's how serious it is. Hello again, Screws. Welcome back. How come Hannah's winning now? Because she there's that cough. Do you guys like that extra audio? I don't know if I should mute it. I just feel like, it's it's just a one up on the other broadcast. Like, I don't know, do the other streams have this? People are gonna be like, yeah, we saw the game, but like we didn't hear the opponent coughing. So it's like, were we even there, really? Um, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how did Hannah do this? That's the question that we'll all be asking ourselves. How does Hannah do it? There's that cough again. Man, we're really in this with Hannah. I mean, Hannah has to put up with it. So I'll turn it off if you guys want me to. uh, if he keeps coughing, we're scaring the viewers away, dude. I gotta put my mask on. Where'd I put that thing? Okay. So let's show Screws maybe where we left off here. Things were looking a little dire, I cannot lie. But never fear when Hannah is here. She's cooking. She's at this point, this is really where things turned. So White had their second chance to play b4 and missed it for the second time. And from that moment on, Hannah turned on the heat with c4, locking in the knight, preventing b4, hitting the bishop, rerouting her bishop to g4. And now, the final moment of truth here, after the rook lift, she finally castles, connecting rooks. And now opponent played queen to e2, and now she is able to get this knight back into the game. Knight back to b7, and it has a beautiful square there on c5, just really coordinating with the pawn and putting pressure on e4, looking for a rook trade. So, yeah, Hannah, she's got it going on. Despite her opponent with the biological warfare. I mean, it's the game within the game. Just kidding. Third win in a row. Vaishali won. Nice. You have your mask on, Kane? Good. We might have to gift one to Hannah. That would be kind of funny if you imagine if Matt's still around. You want to look at rook takes, and then b3 is queen a3 best. So takes. You want the move b3, and you're asking about queen. Queen to a3. You mean rook a3 maybe? The best move here is to take on f3. Take on b3. and then we can take on h4, I guess, is what it's saying. But here, white does not take rooks, and there's an old saying, to take is a mistake. And I can explain it a little bit more concretely here. Imagine white does trade. All right, honestly, I think I'm going to make a producer's decision to actually mute the camera. It's just, we've had enough. I've had enough. I mean, I don't know. If you guys want it back, we could turn it back. We could use it maybe later. But you know what they say about a cough. You know, you heard it once, you've heard it a million times, right? There's nothing. We had it. All right. I maybe left that on a little too long. I don't know. Anywho, when white takes, what they're doing is they are conceding the control of the A file because our rook takes back. So really, this rook remains for us, but their rook disappears for them. So it's not like they're trading this rook for this rook. They're really trading for the f8 rook, because the difference is that in this position, these rooks have disappeared. Our rook on a8 remains. And so now white can't even bring their other rook to the a file because we are in sole possession of it. So the smarter thing that white has done is they've doubled their rooks on the a file. And this is more forcing, right? Because if we do nothing, white's threatening to just win a rook, right? They can take twice. So we are forced to react to this threat. And we can do it by either moving the rook off the a file, conceding the control, allowing the white rooks to enter into the position, or we can trade the rook, in which case now they are the ones controlling and we can't bring our other rook over. The only other option would be to try to defend the rook, but it doesn't really look defendable to me. So we could create a stronger threat against them, and they take back, but then we're just left in the same boat. We have to address this problem. So the best move is to trade rooks, which Hannah has done. Now she's brought the knight into c5. What better square for the knight to go to? Queen steps up, which gets out of this pin. But now Hannah should take this knight, and then she can take on h4. Now, it's interesting because it looks like that might be winning a pawn. She has taken on f3, by the way. This is the live updated position. So the opponent has to take back, does so with the queen, and as I was saying, black could take on h4. Now, the only problem with that is that with this last recapture by the queen, queen and knight are both attacking h5. So yes, she could win the h-pawn, but it will cost her her h-pawn. So very wisely, she plays g6, just taking a moment to defend the h-pawn and maintain her threat against the h-pawn. This is a much harder pawn for white to defend. In fact, I could argue that you can't defend it. Interestingly, there is a defense, though. There's this move queen to e3. Because with this last move, Hannah is defending the h-pawn, but also releasing the defense of the knight on h6. So her knight is hanging. And this pawn is hanging, but the knight obviously is more valuable than the pawn. So white can take a moment here to ask another question. We do have a counterattack, knight to g4, hitting the queen, but then the queen can come into g5, which defends the pawn. But that doesn't mean that we won't trade, because that pawn might be weak later, and we could try to attack it. And Hannah can go into an endgame. So, yeah, here knight g4 is the best. I think Hannah could also be considering king g7 or king to h7. But I do think knight g7 or knight g4 is the move here to be played. It's a bit more forcing. And yeah, I'm really curious if Hannah will actually go for the queen trade or not. It's a tough question, right? It's even material. White definitely missed their best opportunities earlier. But white also annoyingly has the A file with the rook. Yeah, I saw the clock flashed again. Back to 8 hours. I don't know why it's doing that. Um, but yeah, she's not gonna need 8 hours. She's got 31 minutes, but that's more than enough time for her. There's also the 30-second increment, of course. But the opponent down to 25 and a half minutes. So this is the last third of the game based off the time. Queen g7, queen g5, f6. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. Here you want this. The problem is our G pawn is pinned. So pawn push, I figured there'd be knight takes, but apparently this is terrible because now you have two things hanging. So you have to give something up here. Wow, it doesn't like rook takes so much because rook a7. So it likes rook takes. Okay. Well, yeah, f6 is a move. Queen comes back. It's saying all the way to c1, by the way. But now we're kind of blocking ourselves, and we're also kind of lining ourselves up a little bit. It's a bit weakening, actually. So the king doesn't like having to defend the knight, and pushing the f-pawn is not worth keeping the queens on the board because it really weakens the king. So getting queens off the board, king safety becomes less of a problem. What is Hannah thinking? Knight g4. You might have answered your own question. This very well could be what Hannah is thinking. Yeah. She's up on time, you know. What good is the time if you don't use it? So she's using it. And it's a good time to use it because there are options, right? Knight g4 might seem obvious, but when you have options, it's best to look into those options so that you can make the best informed decision. And that's exactly what Hannah's doing here. So she's got to figure out best way to save the knight. And when you look at knight g4, obviously you have to consider queen g5. And Hannah's looking a little bit deeper than just knight g4. She's looking at, do I trade queens or do I leave queens on the board? Do I play f6? Right? Can I win that pawn if we trade queens? Is my knight getting trapped? Right? Because after you trade queens, pawn takes, that pawn's controlling your flight squares for the knight. I like to talk about flight squares for kings. What about flight squares for knights? Knight's got to go backwards too, you know? So that's why the knight on a5 was so bad. After the pawn made it to d5, that took away one of the flight squares. There's a bishop on b7. That's why b4 was so good. So why did that guy miss it? Because he's not as good as Hannah, that's for sure. Hannah would have played it. For sure. Rook a5. All right, so knight g4 has been played. Queen g5 has been played. Queen g5 is a bit more obvious, right? You don't have to spend as much time in that because in the position you can assess there's two problems, right? First problem, your queen's hit by knight. So queen move is highest priority there. But the second problem is your pawn is hanging, right? So, you don't want to give up that pawn, especially with the knight here. I mean, that's going to be ridiculous. So, how do you save both of those things? Queen g5. It's the only move there that really saves both things. Here, Hannah says, let's trade queens, get the ladies off. And instead of trying to win this pawn, it wasn't very clear or obvious how you would do that. She just says, listen, I'm going to open up that file for my rook. You have the A file. Go ahead. By all means, you can have it. I'm going to take the F file. All right. So F6. And this is given a singular exclamation point. Not a brilliant, but a good or great move even. And it is the best move. And Hannah played that really quickly. How might she have done that so fast? Well, she spent the time on knight g4. So she probably looked this deep, decided, hey, I'm going to play f6. Yeah, you can trade, but I'm going to say hello to your f-pawn. And if you move that f-pawn, then you're giving me e3, attacking the bishop, and you can't go here. You'd have to go here. And then I can start to come in with these knights. I can start attacking your base point. I can bully your knight maybe. Black has a lot more to play for here. Black has more momentum. He coughed again. But it was muted that time. We could have a cough counter. How many is that now? Like at least 5. 93 f5 f4. So, well, I'm not sure. I'm not following you, pawn. Because we're trying to trade the f-pawns right now, right? So you want to say 5? Oh, for coughs. That's another thing about tournaments. It's an easy way to get sick, actually. Um, I mean, it's just there's so many people. We should bring back the masks. But yeah, Hannah's been making it real easy. Like we're looking at the top lines as she's playing them. She's been playing incredibly well. From plus over 2 to now it's saying it's about minus 0.88. So if she keeps this up, she's about to win a pawn at that rate. Really great, Dan? That seems maybe too much. Perhaps. Chess tournaments, people shake hands typically before and after. But during quarantine times, maybe they were doing the elbow bumps or like namaste. Or, I mean, maybe even a fist bump. But the handshakes are back. People, they're we're back to our old ways. G takes F, rook F6, and then F3. Yes. But then there's knight E3, like we said, and then you're saying F5, which I don't understand. Or yeah. Yeah, we could look at this. Pawn takes, opponent's at 20 minutes, by the way. Pawn takes, rook takes, this pawn is hit, right? How do you defend that pawn? You could play knight H1. That's kind of fun, right? That's a fun idea. Whoa, what is this? What is this Nightbot quote? 440. Did Nightbot just put that out there on its own? Are the robots taking over now? Or maybe they always have been. Honestly, who knows which chatters are bots or not. Nightbot just makes it obvious. But the rest of you, I don't know. Hi, Ollie. Good to see you. Oh, it was White Knight with the quote. It's a random quote. I didn't realize you did that command. Knight H1 is horrible. Yeah, we were joking about it earlier. Because what's better than a knight on the rim? A knight on two rims. The corner square. But yeah, if you're not playing knight H1, which is understandable, then you're probably playing F3. But then you're conceding knight E3. The bishop has to go to the back rank. And then from there, the world's our oyster. Maybe. So, yeah, it's looking fun. There's I like this knight B3 move because it takes away knight A or rook A5 attacking this base point. And it also clamps down. And if they ever attack us like this, then we could play knight to C1, hitting the bishop again. Bishop has to go back home. Or maybe they don't. But the rook would be tied down to it, so. You don't like oysters. Why not pizza racer? I feel like I'm walking into a joke setup, but I do so gladly because I'd like to hear, unless you're just being serious, in which case I still think it's interesting to know. I mean, I could see why people don't like oysters. Like, I'm not going to lie. I like oysters. I don't mind them. It's kind of fun. It's pretty unique. But yeah, like objectively, just looking at oysters, like it's not necessarily pleasing. I think people really get caught up on the texture. On your way home from Grenke. Nice. Yeah, I saw that she won her game earlier today, right? Good taste but bad texture. Yeah, that's fair. There's people that don't like a lot of textures. I mean, there's people that don't like mushrooms or don't like tomatoes. There's people that don't like pickles. I don't know. I don't agree with it, but I love all that stuff. Yeah, Hannah is playing great. Who doesn't like tomatoes? There's people, I promise you. You don't like specifically diced onions. I mean, even cooked, you don't like them? Is that a texture thing? Yeah, there's people that don't like onions straight up. There's people that don't like dairy. Very intolerant people. There are people allergic to shrimp and shellfish and stuff like that. There's people allergic to peanuts. It's unfortunate. Crunch a hidden onion. I mean, like I understand if it doesn't belong there, but like there could be a lot of hidden things that don't belong there, but would be good otherwise, but bad in a pizza. You love peanuts and you are mildly allergic to them. That's the ultimate irony. At least it's mild, I guess. Okay, bro is absolutely deep in the think tank. This is tremendous. Hannah has over 10-minute time advantage. This guy, I mean, listen, take on f6 or do something else, you know? Like these are your two options. Those are always the options in chess. You're either taking on f6 or you're doing something else. That's all chess is, really. The chess boils down to those two things. It's mostly doing something else. Most of chess is something else. But every now and then you can take on f6, and now is one of those times. And the funny thing is, if he takes on f6, guess what? She's gonna also take on f6. They're both able to do it, but it's kind of like teamwork, you know? She can't do it unless he does it first. It's like they're dancing, you know? Chess really is just a dance on a board game. It's just two people dancing with pieces. I mean, you know, what else is dance besides a series of moves? You're either dancing or you're making moves. I guess both are making moves. You're just always dancing. Unless you're not playing chess and not dancing, then you're not dancing. But if you're playing chess, I mean, you're making moves. So, will he trade on it? I mean, he's got to take on it. If you're not taking on f6, what are you doing? Is that a fair question to ask? What's bro thinking about? He's like, all right, I know I should take on f6, and he's going to take on f6, but like, how do I use as much time as possible to make my chances worse of playing? That's probably not what he's thinking in his head. Probably what he's thinking is like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm losing this game. Look at his hands through his hair. The bro is stressed. He's like, dude, I got no moves. I'm just gonna lose. What's up, Bishop Stars? He's thinking about f3. Man, why you gotta do all that? Take on f6 and then think about f3 later, you know? Here's what's bad about f3. You want to know what's bad about f3? Knight comes in with tempo on the bishop. Bishop has to go back. And then we're just taking on g5. You want to give me a free pawn? Please. Be my guest. And guess what? You think your knight's getting trapped or something? King tries to attack it. Well, we've opened the F file now. So that F pawn on F3 you pushed, it's not doing you too much because we can just come straight back with check even. Because your king's not going to F1 because we control it, but also because it's not even attacking your knight. So bro is just wasting time, actually. This could be part of a deeper strategy. There is reason to tank your time. This is maybe a little too meta, but if you put yourself into time pressure, sometimes you can make your opponent try to also play fast and mess up, trying to flag you, essentially. Now, I don't think Hannah will make that mistake. And to be fair, her knights and her rook, they've got some plans. I don't think it's like this is not a tough position for Hannah to play. It's a tough position for white because white's worse. But this particular move is not so difficult because, like I said, you're either taking on f6 or who knows what you're doing. You're letting her take on g5, which I don't know if this is spoiling anything. I don't think he wants to do that. So what? Is he thinking about rook a5? I'm not sure. I'm like, what else could he possibly be? Okay, rook a5, if you want to look at this, right? We're conceding this pawn, and guess what? Okay, rook takes, guess what? We get that with, oh my goodness, we get that with it. So, okay, rook a5, allow us to take. You're not taking on b5 right away. You could start with f3, as we looked at. Knight e3, hitting the bishop. Bishop has to go here again, right? So you save the bishop. But now, what? We can save our b pawn. So we just win the g pawn. And now you try to attack our knight. We no longer have the rook on the f file, pinning your f pawn. So from there, knight can go check. And then what? We just take here. And now we can connect our knights? I mean, come on. Come on. There's no move. Okay, look. He takes on f6. After how many minutes was that? Dude is less than 9 minutes on the clock. 8:59. I mean, was that a good use of your time? He was at like, what, 25 minutes? Like he wasn't that far behind her. At least, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm freaking out over nothing, but I'm pretty sure he knew that he could have taken on f6 the moment she played it. Which was like 20 minutes ago. So, anyways, maybe he's trying to psych her out into playing faster. But I have a hunch she's gonna take on f6 with the rook. The funny thing is, the computer actually likes knight takes better. Unbelievably. Maybe what's even more unbelievable is that after rook takes, we were talking about defending this pawn and pushing f3. I was joking about knight h1. We're all, I say both of us, there's a lot more of you than there are of me. But the computer's like no cap, knight h1. Just straight up. Just do it. It looks bad, but Okay, she has played rook f6. Whoa, rook takes and now rook a8. Check. Now this I was not considering as much. Um, but yeah, we are now in check. King g7. Okay, I think she is playing fast. Whoa, he's played knight h1. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, they're not letting the knight in. They're not happy about that. So, you're gonna have to. I mean, oh, it's so ugly. I'm sorry. Uh, but you know, White's defending their f pawn, and they're not letting the knight in. And Hannah's gonna have to find a new plan, a new way forward. Very exciting. Very exciting position. Up 20 minutes on the clock, you know. Not quite up in material just yet, but she can induce some problems here. Rook f4. Attack that e pawn. We might get the f pawn push anyways. And now your knight's on h1 for some reason. So that's fun. I imagine like rook over. Yeah, I guess White's considering maybe some of these rook moves. What? Well, they just brought the knight back though to save their pawn. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly the thought process of rook a8 check. You know, just rerouting the rook somewhere a little bit more open, right? I mean, it's not like Hannah's position is without weaknesses. The b pawn, as we mentioned, is a source of tempo. Will you talk with Hannah after the game, Ollie? I'm not sure, but I will ask her at the end if she would like to. Um, oh, right, my answer. You can't hear me. Oops. I'll let her know. I'll let her know, Ollie. Okay, Rook F7 she's played. So she's guarding the 7th rank. Hannah's a very attacking player like Judith Polgar. That is a high compliment for sure. This is a very nice thing to say. You should be watching candidates, but you don't understand their games. Yeah, candidates is very high level, very exciting. You know, I feel like chess, obviously it helps if you understand what's going on, but it can still be fun to watch, even if you don't quite understand some of the moves. And the commentators, I think, are just world class. They have some really awesome commentators that they're getting in. Grenke has Lecco commentating, which is really fun. And I think the other commentator for Grenke is like eluding my mind. I want to say it's like maybe it's like a something Chenko or something. Like I don't know if it's Demchenko. I don't know. I just threw a name out in the dark. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? The guy that's commentating with Peter Lecco? Yeah, something Chenko. You know the guy? Do you know his name? He's brilliant. I've commentated with him. Balding guy? Wait, no. No, no, no. I don't think that's him. Donchenko? Oh, are we getting somewhere? Screws? Is that the guy that's commentating with with Peter Leko. Alex Donchenko. All right. I was like basically correct. But yeah, I commentated for him once. He joined the CCL broadcast for 1 week. Okay. Opponent has played the bishop back to D1, flushing the knight. But you know what's funny about this move is the computer doesn't actually want the knight to go back. Computer says, if you want to take the knight, be my guest. Go ahead. Because the computer is saying the best move here, when the bishop moves back, we're conceding control. I mean, look, first and foremost, this pawn is there, right? I guess we don't want to take that, though, because we will get forked. So instead, it wants knight to d3, attacking the b pawn. Hannah played Bughouse with Donchenko. That's pretty cool. Oh, thank you, Obscura. What's up, Delturge? Yes, go Hannah indeed. She's been playing great. A little shaky in the middle game, I have to say. I have to admit. I was questioning Hannah, and that's I will no longer do. She's proven me wrong every step of the way. Here she's got her hand up. She's getting the move from her head to her hand, and then she's going to transfer the move to the board. That's how you do it. That's how moves happen and thoughts from your mind to your hand. Okay, she's resetting. False alarm. False alarm. I was misreading the body positioning. We're going to have to wait a little bit. She's got so much time, guys. Look at this. She's got all day. She could go out, get a coffee, you know. She could do the daily puzzle on the local newspaper in German. She could do a whole podcast and then come back. I mean, talk about emoting on your opponent mid-game. That's how much time that guy spent. What else could you do in 20 minutes? There's a lot. There's a lot you could do. She could do a whole wardrobe change. That would psych me out. If my opponent left the board and came back in a new outfit and then did that like multiple times throughout a game, I'd be like, what am I watching right now? Okay, wait, hold on. The hand. Oh, I thought the hand was back up. I thought it was back up. This is the lovely part about having the video feed. This dude, by the way, just both hands on it. He's stressing, dude. You know he's stressing. His feet shaking a little bit. The daily puzzle was surprisingly easy for a Sunday. Aren't Sundays like the hardest day? It gets harder and harder every day. Dina once cooked breakfast during a classical game. What'd she make? Because breakfast could be a lot of things. Did she make like eggs? Tearaway pants? If your opponents changed outfits, you let them know which one was best. That's very nice of you. Spill on yourself a fake drink? I mean, that's impressive. Oh, the hand is there. Oh, and what she's done, wait, why would she capture this? What are we thinking here? What's going on? Okay, if the fork, we have knight e3. Okay, so we see the capture. The pawn takes. Hannah officially up a pawn. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. I dismissed the knight capture perhaps a little too soon. I should have seen the intermezzo. All right, bro's going for the rook. A slight rook adjustment, going for the weak b pawn. And so now we must ask ourselves, how do we proceed? We've grabbed a pawn, but we are about to lose a pawn. The chessboard can be a cruel battle place where pawns are given and taken. Hannah's material lead is momentary. Hannah dips below 20 minutes here. She resets. It's tough, right? I mean, opponent gives you a pawn, but we always knew the b pawn was a little weak, so what the computer really wanted was knight to c3. But, yeah. Here, the best move, saying rook a7, right? A lot of these moves, they really are following along the lines of like, what did the last move from our opponent concede in the position? And in this moment, it was the rook leaving the a file. Now we can take the a file, right? And now we'll have a very active rook. And the last move, it was the bishop going back. What does this concede? The bishop was controlling these squares, and now our knight can hop in. Here, what did it like? It liked rook f8. Yeah. Or, yeah, I liked knight d3. It also likes rook b7, which makes sense. But yeah, she gets her pawns doubled and isolated, and now this b pawn will fall. Whoa, she played rook c7? We being for real? Are we going for this? I mean, I can totally see it. I like the idea that, okay, we lose the b pawn, but we can go after the d pawn. So that's cool. And if they take, knight takes, and then these pawns are going to be quite weak here. Very difficult for these pieces to get into the game. This knight, if left alone, is going to do some terrible things to these pawns. Some unspeakable things. Those pawns are not going to have much longer left on the board. So Hannah's putting the dude back into the think tank, saying, if you want to take that pawn, be my guest. You're going to have to say hello to my rook. There's rook here. There's a check. The king's going to step up somewhere. Probably f6, if I had to guess. And then what? I don't know. You go here. Pressure on the pawn. If we take, they take. But in that situation, we can move our knight, defend our pawn. But also, maybe the king doesn't go to f6, and we have knight f6, and we can take the pawn with the knight. Okay, rook here. What? Why would you do that? They want to do this. Because I'm thinking we just go here and we save our pawn. And this pawn's already saved. And we're about to take the d pawn. So, I think the idea obviously is there's f3. Yeah, there's a good line here for black. I think rook to c5, right? We're just defending the pawn and attacking the d pawn. This move, clearly they're attacking the d pawn, but it's defended. Why might they do that? Well, clearly they're trying to remove the defender, the knight. So if you follow along with me, rook c5, defending and attacking. They're going to attack the knight, f3. We're going to take, they're going to take. So undoubling our isolated pawns. But they are attacking the knight. Our knight will move here. But we're attacking their f pawn back. If they take on d6, we're going to take on f3 with check. Maintaining our pawn advantage. And then from there, I don't know, maybe the knight goes back or something. But we're going to have to try to target this pawn, I think. So Hannah, she's leaning forward. She's looking over this board. She's got a 10-minute advantage on the clock. 17 minutes compared to her opponent's 7. Why didn't they take the pawn? Because they saw rook c5. They knew if they took rook c5 and the d pawn is hanging and the rook is hit. What happened in the first game, Ollie? I think she had a 0-point buy, I heard. I don't know. Do you think she could win this tournament? With how she's playing right now, yeah. She's playing great. She's higher rated than her opponent here, which is pretty good, considering she like just won her round, right? And she's 4.5 out of 5, or really, I guess 4.5 out of 6 technically. There's also knight f6. Yeah. Blame me, Kotvini 007. I agree. You might have missed it earlier. I was blaming myself for everything. Everything was going wrong. All right, Hannah, she's taking her sweet time here. Will she play rook c5? She really should. She ought to. It's a good move. Hannah's been known to play them. Yeah, I'm curious. Is there like are they technically under sections? Is there like a rating limit in her section? Yo, it's Joe. What's up, Joe Cozy? Shout out to Joe Cozy. Happy Sunday. Happy Easter. Easter Sunday. What a day to be watching chess. Really, every day is a good day to watch chess. How's the tourney going? This is going really well for Hannah. She's at 4.5 out of 6, but she's only played 5 games. So she has drawn 1 game and then she's won everything else. The only reason why she's 4.5 out of 6 is because her first round was a 0-point bye, which I don't fully understand. I mean, I know there's buys in chess, but I don't know why she got 0 points for it as opposed to anything else. She is killing it. Yeah, this game also, she's ahead on the clock by about twice as time, and she's ahead in the position, up a pawn currently. And she's looking to play the best move here, which is rook to c5. So the opponent has missed. They could have taken b5, but instead they're attacking the d pawn. Presumably they're planning for f3, but I don't think that's a good plan for them. She personally requested the buy as opposed to it being a buy by default of okay. Okay, now she goes rook a7. So unfortunately, she doesn't follow through with her plan, which we thought was rook c5. And rook a7, funnily enough, was the best move prior to her playing rook c7. So yeah, the funny thing here is that we could transpose, basically. Both players spent a move adjusting the rook, basically, before they go all out. So Hannah's like, I'm going to give you a second chance to take my pawn. I'm going to let you think about it. But yeah, opponent might still try this f3 plan and go after the d pawn. And what that does is it releases white's d pawn. Why did you say, huh? Nightbot with a little bit of sass. It's a lot of question marks and exclamation points. But yeah, very curious to see how Hannah handles this in game, right? Because she knows she's better. She's ahead in the position. I mean, look at the knight difference. The knight difference alone should tell you who's doing better. But yeah, I'm really curious though why rook c5 wasn't played. Looked like a clean way to keep the advantage. Here, Hannah instead, she is opting for. There's a trick in the position here. So rook a7, besides just taking the file and being more active, it has a direct line at the back rank. And I was tossing this idea in my head. I hadn't shared it with the class yet, but there's a really cool idea after f3 is played, attacking the knight. We don't save the knight. No, we push g3. And that takes away the flight squares from the king. If the pawn takes the knight, then say hello to back rank checkmate, assisted by the g pawn. So this is kind of a fun line. f3 is no longer playable. I mean, it's playable, but you gotta have a plan for g3, and that plan might be sacking the knight, which doesn't feel great, but probably move the king away from back rank. But then, I mean, I don't know. At that stage, you could still go with the back rank check. King goes here. We could take a pawn with check and then take the knight in the corner. But then this rook maybe starts feasting on some things. I don't know. Maybe we can try to go after the g pawn and try to promote. It might get a little messy there. So I guess f3 is technically playable, but seems kind of dangerous. Joe is automatically made a mod as soon as someone plays chess on stream. I don't think that's true. How did you get into chess, streaming, and becoming a mod at Mark's channel? Share your journey, the great Danton9. So I knew how to play chess as a kid, but I never really had people to play with. Whoa. Okay, so rook takes on b5 finally. Rook check lifts the king. Yeah, I'm a little intrigued by Hannah's plan. I don't know what she's going for here. So here it likes king f6. Or even king h6. What else? It likes rook a6. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't like the check so much. It feels maybe like we are helping black. Maybe. Or helping white, I should say. Knight d2 is played. Knight g3, covering this check. Getting the knight out. And now... Yeah, it likes rook a6. That's really kind of sad. Kind of sad what's going on, I feel. Little unfortunate. Our pawn advantage is no more. We are now equal again. But maybe our d pawn is weak, unfortunately. The knight here is guarding this. Knight can't go back home. Sorted by fewest. That's funny. So yeah, I guess my chess journey, I didn't have many people to play with. So I never really played very much. I remember playing I think maybe like twice in elementary school. There was like this before school chess club that met once a week at the library. And then I think we played one time in like Boy Scouts. But my chess career really began when I moved high schools. I moved halfway. So at the end of my second year of high school, I went from here in St. Louis, Missouri to California. So I did 2 years of high school here and then 2 years of high school there. And that's when I picked up chess, really. So I was 16 years old. I was looking for a new hobby or a way to make new friends. And I knew how to play chess. I was like, let's just get into chess. I think chess is fun. So I Googled how to play against people online. And I found chess.com, surprisingly. So I made an account. It was like 2012. And yeah, that's really, I mean, the rest is history. I didn't get into streaming until 2019. So that's kind of a fun story. Basically, I was at UCLA, like playing chess, and I was taking a summer class, and on Bruin Walk, like the main pathway from the dorms to the campus, there was this guy who set up a chessboard and a camera at one of the tables. And I was like, I have to play this guy. So I played him. He's recording it. I'm like, do you have a channel or something? He's like, yeah, I'm posting on YouTube. You should check it out. It's called Coffee Chess. As you may know, as you may have heard, Coffee Chess, they set up and they'll play people in LA. So I look up the channel and I found one of the videos he was playing against none other than Miss Botez, Alexandra Botez. And I found her Twitch channel and I was like, wait, people are streaming chess online on Twitch. This is crazy. So, yeah, shout out to Coffee Chess, having a YouTube channel, playing cool people like the Botezes. And that's what led me to Twitch. And at that point, it was like 2017, 2018. And I had just been watching. But at some point, I was like, once I get my own place, I feel like I should stream. So I was still, like, after graduating college, I went back home for about 6 months just looking for jobs. And then I got a job working at a hospital in LA. So I moved back to LA, got my own apartment, and that's when I started streaming. That was like February of 2019. So it's been like 7 years. Yo, St. Louis Chess Club with the raid. Let's go. What was I doing at the hospital? I was working in a research lab. I was a research associate. Shout out STL Chess Club. Appreciate that. We're watching Hannah Sayce. You've probably heard of her. She's a famous streamer from Australia. She's playing at the Grenke tournament in Germany. She's having a great tournament so far. She's going 4.5 out of 6, and her only loss was a bye in the first round. So she's really 4.5 out of 5. And she's got a really close game here. King e7, she's just played, just defending her d-pawn, which is attacked by her opponent's rook. She was up a pawn. She was doing a little bit better, but then the opponent got the pawn back. She tried getting an active rook on the a-file, but it hasn't yielded any more pawns for her. So she does have double isolated g-pawns, which is a little rough. And right now, it's not so easy to target. Like, the only weak pawn really is kind of the d pawn. She could try to get the rook behind it, but the problem is her knight's in the way, and when her knight moves, the c pawn becomes weak. She's getting checked. If she goes back up, we could see a draw, which I think white would be happy with because they were losing. They were down a pawn, and they're lower in rating. So, and they're lower on time as well. The time difference was huge. She was up by like 20 minutes, and now she's kind of given that time back. So yeah, this game has been honestly quite a roller coaster. Early on, white was much better. There was a point where they could have won some material. And the eval was reading at over +2 for white. Is that the year you became cool? 2019? Probably. If you can consider that. Cool. Yeah, was St. Louis Chess Club, were you guys watching candidates? I feel honored to have to follow such a high act. I know the St. Louis Chess Club always has just the best commentators. Very fortunate that I can visit the chess club. I'm a proud member of the St. Louis Chess Club. I'm paying whatever they're charging to be a member because I like that I can play in their events. They've got quads, and they've got a Swiss blitz every week, which they also stream. The quads, at least the top quad, which I've been on their stream. I qualified for the top quad one time, and I lost every game. So that was fun. But yeah, I'll have to go back again sometime soon, maybe to play. Did you buy merchandise from Q Boutique? I have, actually. And as a St. Louis Chess Club member, I get like a discount. I think it's like 20% or something like that. So I bought a chess set from there as a gift for a friend. Um, I'm sure I've bought some other stuff. Surely they've got some cool stuff. They have books. They've got like the Queen's Gambit book. Um, I don't know if they have Dark Squares though. If not, they should get it. They should sell Dark Squares. Danny visited the chess club last year and did like a book signing, which I went to. That's actually where I met Hikaru for the first time at Danny Wrench's book signing. So Hikaru had to get himself a copy. Is there a Light Squares book? That might be the sequel. That's a great idea. I should tell him if he hasn't thought of it already. Your cat says hi. Hello. What's her name? Hannah has been performing quite well. In fact, she has a performance rating of over 2100, which is quite good. And she's 1889 right now. At her pace, she'll be well above 1900, which is quite impressive. This game, though, it's far from over. She had a significant advantage, but now is about equal. And her time advantage as well is being diminished as we speak. We might be facing a potential perpetual currently. Whoa, okay. I was expecting king back to f6, but Hannah says, I don't think so. Not so fast. She's throwing a curveball, a changeup. King d8, which to me seems crazy, but I've learned my lesson. I shall no longer question Hannah's decisions or moves. Yeah, rook g7, very logical choice. So Hannah says, you know what? I'm not going to go back to f6. I'm not going to let you wiggle your way out with a measly perpetual repetition draw. No sirree. Will not be having it. Instead, Hannah says, I'm going to bait you into going after my weak pawns. And I'm going to go and pick up your pawns somehow. I don't know. I figured we go for the B pawn. But okay, she takes here because it also protects the D pawn. Of course, now she's losing the G pawn. And now white will be up a pawn. But Hannah, she wants to play on. She's like, I don't care if I'm losing a pawn because I'm still going to win. Whoa, blood clean with the raid. Thank you. And Asmoetta. Holy smokes. Double raid? Yeah, where's Rach Angel? But yes, shout out to both Blood Queen and Asmoetta. Huge back-to-back raids. We really appreciate it. We hope your games went well. Alex won with a brilliant rook sacrifice. Unbelievable. That's awesome. Alex is crushing it. Hey, Dustin. How's it going? Rachel also won? Unbelievable. Was Blood Queen commentating? Maybe Gotham will cover it. He should. You guys brought 2 wins. Hannah's going to try to follow that up with a win of her own. So, this could be a little dangerous, as Hannah is potentially giving up a pawn to play on. There's the Rach Angel raid. Guys, triple raid, 2 wins. Where's Houseline? It's a great question. Shout out to Rachel. Yeah, I was just saying, I was commentating for Rachel and Alex earlier in round 1, and they both lost. And now I'm assuming Blood Queen was commentating, and they both won. So I would understand if you guys want to swap me out later. I think I'm supposed to be commentating for them again round 9, but um, we'll see. Maybe we can get a win for Hannah here, but it wouldn't be because of me. It'll be because first and foremost, Hannah is just a beast. But secondly, because Rachel, Alex, and Blood Queen are all bringing their energy, their win energy, big win energy from those three for sure. Is it possible Hannah might play Rachel or Alex in the tournament? I mean, I don't know if they're in the same section, and I don't think they have the same scores. But besides all of that, yeah, I think it is possible. If they're in the same section and they have the same score, then they very well likely could be paired. Syndrov 6 out of 7. Dude, it's like the meme number. Blood Queen is 3.5 out of 4 on commentary. She's unbeaten. That's amazing. They are in the same section. Oh my goodness. Yeah, draw against that guy. Who did he draw against today? I know he played what, Esipenko in the first round with the draw, and then he's beaten everyone else except today. All right, so we have rook takes g4, white officially ahead in material, up a singular pawn. But perhaps the most important consequence of this last move is now white's g-pawn is passed. It has a clear path, clear lane to g8. Now, there is a rook in the way, and the pawn hasn't even pushed a single square. But pawns can be fast sometimes. So Hannah, she still hasn't made a pass pawn yet. But she does have a target. That B pawn is looking ripe for the picking. And she can go for it immediately. Rook b5. This rook attacking the pawn but defended by the knight. And this knight, not easy to dislodge. The rook can't attack the knight immediately. So rook b5, there is one move that attacks this c-pawn again. That move is knight back to e3. We could follow with d5 and then try to bring the king in. What's annoying is the rook defends the pawn, so I don't know if we have time to take. And maybe this rook cuts our king off if we play d5. So, hello, just a Twitch chatter. How's it going? All right, Hannah. She's got 5 minutes compared to 2. What's it gonna be? This guy just took both your g-pawns. You gonna let him get away with that? Let's see her fight back here. I want rook b5. Go for the b pawn. Did she move? Not yet, I don't think. I'm doing well. We're watching Hannah play. It's been very exciting, very back and forth. The rook seems to be on b5. I mean, I'm like looking at the clock. It looks like it's still her turn. Can we zoom and enhance? Oh, that's not it. That's not it either. Hold on. That's what I get for leaving studio mode. When we swapped the camera, it was rotated funny. But that's my fault. Okay, she has made a move. Uh-oh. Are you telling me the DGT is not working? At this time? That's... Guys, are we on our own? Do I have to make the moves? So she played rook b5. I mean, okay, I guess. Knight e3 d5. Oh my god. I think Hannah has a live rating of 1900, maybe. Wait, so what are they playing? Did this guy check? Rook g7, maybe? Rook g7, then king up to what? d6, maybe? I can't believe the DGT is not working. Check and king up, I think. Moves are coming in fast now. I'm still at rook takes g4. Whoa, look at the clocks. Wait. What's going on? What's going on, DGT? I mean, I have this analysis, but knight d1. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, let's just swap in Joel. Joel knows what he's doing. Joel can really see it. Honestly, major shout out to Farzi. Farzi helped me out so much in that first round where the DGTs weren't working. Okay, did she push a pawn? Which pawn, though? I need to see better. Oh, are the moves coming in? The moves are coming in, folks. Okay, she pushed d4. All right, DGT is back. We're so back. She pushed d4. Hannah, she wants a passed pawn. Can she get it? She's pushing that d pawn. Oh my god, and the opponent's living on increment. 32 seconds? Does that mean he made that move with 2 seconds on his clock? There's a check. Do we want king to d5? I feel like that makes sense to me, but the computer doesn't like it, actually. He's in bullet mode. Okay, so she is in check. But she's got 5.5 minutes. To heck with the engine, says Bishop Stars. Yeah, I guess your king just becomes more checkable. And opponent might trade rooks as well. You line your rook on the 5th rank. So she goes back down to d7. So the computer likes that. It likes c7 and e7 as well. I think e7 makes sense because you're getting closer to their rook. But she doesn't want to give up rook c6, perhaps. Here now, yeah, here's maybe another reason why e7 was better, because now here we can go to f6 with tempo. There's this really annoying move, though. There'd be f4. It's kind of crazy. But yeah. Very interesting indeed. I feel like there's a world where if we had played e7, rook to g5, king f6, f4, taking advantage of the pen on the 5th rank and defending the rook, we could sack the rook for 3 pawns. Rook takes, knight takes, pawn takes, knight moves, and then we take this pawn, and then the rook is hanging. And then who knows? Maybe we're promoting. Probably not, but it's a possible line that I just came up with on the spot in my head just now. Maybe not good. But, you know, we didn't even play king to e7 anyways. So doesn't even matter. We're not going to see f4.
But we do see knight e4 hitting the rook, and opponent. Here's really where I think Hannah can really shine through here. I think we could see Hannah find a dub. She's currently down a single pawn. She's down in material, but I mean, look at the clock, guys. This guy could flag right here. 3 seconds. I don't know if the DGC board's live. 1 second. He got that move off in time. DGT. I don't know. If the DGT doesn't register it, did it even happen? I mean, we can see the video. Also, maybe he did flag and Hannah just didn't notice. So, okay, moves are coming in. Clock got some time back added to it. So rook didn't like that the knight was attacking it, and so the rook attacked the knight, saying, "How do you like it? How's that make you feel?" And then Hannah said, "No, I'm attacking you." So the rook goes back. Now this is 2 diagonals away from the knight. So knight had its fun, but this is a pretty safe square for the rook to be. And now the G file has been cleared up, so the rook can push through. But also good news is the rook can't give us a check anymore because the knight's here. And yeah, Hannah probably thinking about trying to get these pawns moving along, but it's not ideal. Pawn push drops the C pawn, and pawn takes, knight takes. Well, this pawn's also hanging, but yeah, I don't know. This is kind of crazy. The computer does actually like D3 somehow. I couldn't pretend like I could explain that to you. But yeah, how on earth does it like D3? D3 is saying the second best move. Top move it's saying is rook D5, which I mean, I don't know, guys. The threat, white is attacking this pawn twice is the problem. So rook d5 makes sense from a defensive point of view. Also, my rook sacrifice line doesn't seem to be working, unfortunately. No way d3 holds. Did he just flag in a classical match, Silva? No, but it was close. But not quite. But you ask that as if that is funny. But, you know, would you guys judge me if I shared something a little personal? It's a little embarrassing, but I have flagged in a classical game. Not proud to admit it, but yeah, it was many years ago. You know, I was still young back then. We already judge you. Okay, well, thank you for making this a safe place for me to share my embarrassing stories. You're so brave. Thank you. Yeah. All right. What did Hannah do? Did she play rook d5? Oh, the DGT. You're too slow. At least we have the camera, you know? She must have played rook d5, right? And then what, he played some rook move or something? Or a king move, maybe? Or a pawn push? I don't know. It's too hard to tell. Okay, rook d5, g4. Oh my god, how does Nigel see this? Bye, white knight. Knight e4, king g2. Okay. Uh, can we take on c3 yet or no? Is that not allowed? He's got the eye of the tiger. Bow, 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 bow. I might get Hannah's channel copyright striked. Um, he always lets his clock get down to less than a minute before he beats you. Wait, King D6. Did I just put King D6 on for some reason? King G2 and I don't know. I should probably be watching the game. What am I doing? Reading the chat? I mean, uh, okay. Is that a king move? King's moving up the board. Is that a rook check, maybe? Or something? Perhaps? What? This? This? Is that what we're looking at? Where's Joel? I need your eyes, Joel. I need your wisdom. Check and then king back. King back to f7. Perhaps. You think the DGC's back? Wait. What? This is different than what we had. Oh my god, they're moving. They're moving. I'm sorry, Hannah. We're trying our best. I don't know why her camera feed broke. That's very unfortunate. DGT, good old DGT, huh? What do we have here, dude? This is what we no, it's like it's I don't know. Your DGT's back? Oh my god. You have your own secret DGT? Or maybe it's not secret. Why would my DGT not work? Why would it be any different? You refreshed. Oh. Okay, I mean, hey, if it works, it works. My bad, I had to refresh the page. Why would I think anything differently? It's risky. The Wi-Fi in the hall is hopeless. That's not great. But hey, we got the position back. And the bro is still stressed. Both hands on the head. Up upon is he. Down on time is he. Claw. The claw comes up. Okay, reset. Comes back. Hands down. He shakes his head a little bit. Less than 10 seconds. There he goes. Rook. He's holding it. Making sure it looks good too. And he likes it. So, all right. Next move here. What's it gonna be? Hannah. She could check on e4, but I think the king steps up to f4, and then we don't have any checks. Computer likes rook a5. He had 4 seconds. Yeah, he had 2 seconds at one point. He made a move and was put to 32 seconds. So the bro is flirting with the flag. He's a flag flirter. He's teasing it. All right, Hannah. Hannah with the hand. The hand is up for Hannah. Oh, it's back. She has an idea. She's thinking about that pawn check, maybe, but she's questioning it. And he sees it too. He's like, all right, if she checks me, I gotta move my king. And the king moving up is kind of annoying because then you're kind of out of checks. Can't keep checking that guy. All right, she brings the king up because now she does want to check with the pawn and not let the king up. But now she's getting checked. Fast check from this guy, trying to get his clock back up. King comes back, attacks the rook. Rook comes back. They're taking the score sheets. Uh-oh. You got to get all the moves on the sheet before you keep playing. Maybe, I don't know. There's some rule about it. If you're like less than 5 minutes, maybe it's fine. I don't know. What rules are they playing by? FIDE? FIDE rules over there? It's a little different than what I'm used to back home. Just kidding. I've played some FIDE games. But have I read the rules? Anyways, rook a5. Look at that. That's what we call progress. She has moved her rook on to greener pastures. New adventures await. Adventures perhaps on the back rank. Attacking a knight. Maybe attacking some pawns. Hannah keeping the pressure up. Cranking up the heat. Guys, look at where this knight can move. You want to guess how many good squares it has available to it? Should I spoil it? Should I tell you guys? You guys want to hear? All right, we'll count them. Well, there's technically 4 squares that it controls, but only one of them it could move to, and it's not good. So this guy, he's back on the think tank. He's like, hold on. Where's that rook of hers going? Oh, did he touch that rook? He's got no checks. Oh, okay. He's pinning the knight. Her knight is pinned. She will have to address this. Perhaps by moving the king. Oh my god, we lost it all. Guys, I didn't touch a thing. It got rid of every single move. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, oh, it's back. This was for sure played. And then she must have moved her king. King e6 is a good move. Let's hope she did that. And now, I mean, white still has to address the rook problem coming to the back rank. What's this guy doing? He moves the rook again? What was it? Rook here? I don't know. I don't know what that would even do. The thing is, rook a1, I guess there's king back. I guess? I don't know. So okay. DGT's back. It's saying white's clock is still ticking. Oh, king d5 now. Okay, king d5. I wonder, what do I wonder? I don't know, guys. Hannah's always got a chance. This guy's low on time. He could blunder any second now. Could that have been it? Could that have been the blunder? So it likes rook a8 and it likes rook a1. She's gone rook a1, attacking the knight, forcing king to e2. King e2, only move. He knows it. He's going for it. King e2 played, defending. And now she can bring the rook back, try to go after the f pawn. d3 check. d3 check, but we're conceding e3 is the problem. But we do get a passed pawn, and the king will go here, and we have another check. King will go here. No, the king can't go there. The king would have to come back here to e1. And then we get another check, but then the king comes up. And then if our knight moves, our d pawn falls. Wow, she's giving the check. But there's king e1. How do we proceed? And this g pawn is going to keep pushing, guys. My, oh my. You know what would be great? We can play knight e4. If pawn push, maybe there's knight g5. We're looking at f3. It's like crazy. It's crazy. But I'm also kind of crazy. So maybe she full sends. Maybe she goes all in. Is it time to shove? Do we go for it? Can we stop the G pawn? Will it matter? Knight here, pawn push. Knight here, pawn push yet again. Check. King here. Takes with check. King here. I mean, worst case scenario, maybe we get a skewer. Do we win a pawn and then it's back to equal? What's up, Gerbs? This pawn is looking real good, though. The computer's not suggesting... computer's not going for what I'm going for. Do I dare put some analysis moves in while we have a minute? Here, g6 is the best move. Here, the move is rook to f6. Oh, only winning move for white. Brutality. Rook f6 if here, just pawn push. And if here, we have... Now 93 check is annoying as all. Oh, it's so annoying. Okay. She's still thinking, guys. This is a really critical moment here. I was really hoping to find this knight f3 check because it's a beautiful check because we win the knight with check as well. But the problem is when the knight moves, rook to f6 becomes available. And that covers the f3 check. And it's not easy to find with less than a minute on the clock. And for the first time in a very long time, she's down on time. And now this guy maybe is feeling a little bit more confident up a pawn here. Hi, Gerbs. Romanian Raiders. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Botez, by the way. We're watching Hannah Sayce playing in the Grenke Open. So, yeah, really appreciate it. Welcome in. This is the finale, really, here you guys are watching. Both players less than a minute on the clock, living off the 30-second increment. So she's made her move. The DGT maybe not registering it. Let me see. Oh, that's not the move. Wait, this is the move. I'm looking for her full camera. Oh my god, did he just blunder a wait, this doesn't make any sense. There's no way. What's the eval saying? What is this saying? It's saying they blundered? It's saying rook c1 and rook b5 check. takes, push, back, push. This is ridiculous. Wait, here, push, the king just comes back. You're joking me. What's up, Josh? Is this actually the position? That doesn't look like it in the camera. Am I crazy? I mean, don't answer that question. But am I crazy? Surely the DGT is wrong. What am I watching right now? How did she play rook? She didn't play rook c1. The rook's still in the corner. I have to refresh this. This board is giving me a heart attack. Oh my god. What are these crazy moves it's putting on? D3 check. Okay, she did go for knight e4, g6, knight here, and then a big blunder, an opportunity for white. We looked at this line. Rook f6 was the move, guarding against knight f3 check. But now she's circling in with the king, guarding the e3 square. Now finds rook f6, but knight f3 check is going to get the job done because the rook will be in time to come to the back rank. Oh my god, it's doing it again. This is ridiculous. Guys, she just gave the check and she won the rook. She's winning the game. The pawn's going to be caught by her rook. I mean, it's not coming in the DGT, but I can promise you she gave the check, which is basically mating the king. So the rook has to give itself up here, and I think probably just g7, rook a8. I think this is. I mean, the knight's gonna come out, but she should be able to, take the f pawn, push the e pawn. And yeah, this guy's gonna lose. Hannah's gonna be 5.5 out of 6, just like Sindarov. Well, I guess Sindarov's 6 out of 7 now. What's up, Hamrock? Hello, chess friends. Yeah, DGT's giving me a heart attack, dude. Is she gonna push her pawn? I think she played e4. Probably he played knight e3. Knight e3, e4 is my guess. What's going on here? He might take the pawn, which he does. So now she should take f2. Where's Grenke? It's in a town in Germany. I don't really know how to say it. Something with a K. If someone wants to put in the chat. Karlsruhe? I don't know. Someone, I can't read. Okay, but what's going on? Did she take this pawn or something? Probably, if I had to guess. Knight back to e3. Hi, Newt. Um, all right, and then white did something. I mean, I don't know. And then she brought the rook behind here, I guess. Maybe it's worth giving a refresh. Oh, a knight check. Wait, I didn't make that move. Maybe the DGT's kicking in. No, it's still stuck here. Wait, I have to play all of this by memory now. Was it knight d1 check? Probably king f3. That doesn't look right. Knight, probably not knight d1 check. That might be an artifact move, a ghost move. Um, King and rook versus king and knight, theoretical draw. Well, the problem is that the pawns aren't getting taken off so easily. Screws. We're going to use those pawns to win. So, okay, it's his turn. Was that a knight move? Oh, DGT, how you are letting me down. What's going on over here? Oh, is it knight g4 check? Perhaps. Knight g4 check. Probably. So king f3. Wow, this is actually ridiculous. Any other move besides king f3 actually is equal. King f3 is the only winning move here. Which she'll play. Obviously, she'll find that. Because I think anything else, maybe the king gets here, and then we do lose our pawns, like Screw's saying. Maybe. Probably. I don't know. But yeah, like what's wrong with I guess this, right? There's this. But there's this as well. But okay, we're defending our pawn. So um surely she's played king f3, I'm assuming. Poor eval. Not working. Or not eval, but DGT. Okay, and now knight e5 check. Probably another king move, we will find. King g3 will lose. That's crazy. King f4, knight g6, king g5 should be simple enough. Who's my favorite for the candidates? I wanted Fabi to win. I'm still rooting for him. I mean, Senderov is the clear favorite now for, I mean, just to win the whole thing. The H is in name is not read, so Karlsruhe. Okay, she trades pawns. Wait, how is that possible? Wait, wait. I'm sorry. What did she just do? Did she take something? He took on d3. Oh my god. He sacked the knight for both pawns? That's crazy. That's crazy stuff. Wait, like this? She takes and like some pawn push, probably? No, not even the pawn push. Some king move. I mean, come on. Come on, Hannah. Rook versus two pawns. You can do it. You can give a check. This is like we gotta, you know, I mean, you can check and then bring the king in is a thing, is what I want to do. He played king d4, which boxes our king out. But when we have the opposition, our rook check forces the king over. So the best move it's saying is just king f5. But it also likes rook g2, getting behind the pawns. It also likes king f5, just keeping the king back. Two pawns versus rook is draw or what? So it depends where the pawns are and where the kings are. This is a win for black because the pawns are too far back, and Hannah, she can get behind the pawns. She can check the king and bring the king back, or she can bring the king back immediately. Does chess.com switch to table-based? I mean, the DGT board's not even working. It literally cut out on move 69, which is unfortunately not so nice for us. If she doesn't win, we're blaming Joel. I'm not used to that. Okay. She's brought the rook over to the B file, attacking the B pawn. Now there's one move that saves the B pawn, and it's B4. And he's played it. Quite logically so. Now, again, she can give the rook check, but I think that'd be a waste of a turn if she does it now. So she should bring the king down to f5. She could very well mess this up. Okay, she's brought the king down. She's trying to get the king around. So white's probably going to bring their king up. I think they do, keeping us boxed out. And now it does like rook d7. It likes rook b8, which is quite interesting. It's quite annoying, if I'm being honest with you. This is quite nerve-wracking. The guy sacked his knight for both pawns, and he's saying, listen, I know I'm down a rook, but I've got two connected passed pawns and a king that are going to try to escort the pawns through. This is winning for black, but she has to play it right. She's played the top move, rook b8, which is amazing. Amazing. So that's keeping the king out of c6 because we'll have a skewer. This is chess, merman, of course. Hannah showing the power of the rook. Rook is greater than two pawns. Now, if those two pawns get to the 6th rank, then the pawns become more powerful. Nothing set in stone. They have to play it out. And they've got low time. The DGT is broken, so we don't really know how much time they have. But we know they're low. They do have the 30-second increment. The problem is neither pawn can push, right? Because the B pawn will fall. The king has to go somewhere. There needs to be a king move. And when the king moves, then black should be able to get in. So we do see the king continuing down to d6. And now, can she go to e4? Ooh, e4 apparently is a draw. She needs to play king f6, or she needs to give a check. Wait, what happens if rook c8, though? She's played it. Yeah, rook c8. Wow, this is a draw. This is a draw now with the move b5. And that's the scary thing is one single pawn. Wow, did he play it? I think he played it instantly. Jesus. It's so frustrating, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. She needed to play King F6. Oh, dude. Oh, chess is so frustrating and so brutal. Oh my god. Nah, now she's bringing the king in. Okay, it's not over. It's not over yet, but I mean, B6 though, like, hi troll. Ugh, this is so bad. Oh, okay. What's the win here? Here, she can check or she can play king f6, king c7. There's rook b5 only move. Here, we can go all the way to g5 or h5 or back to b8. No, this is so sad though. Wait, wow, the DGT's coming back to life. Nice of you to join us. Oh, this is so sad. Game over, they drew. Oh, that's crazy. He deserved that draw. Oh, Hannah, she's still unbeaten, but she gets her second draw of the tournament. So she is now 5 out of 6. And she's gonna win the next one. She's trying to follow Sindarov. Was that freestyle? No, this was a standard chess. What is Hannah's FIDE rating? She is 1889. But yeah, very close. Very close. Very hard. And there's Matt taking the camera. You want to give us a selfie shot, Matt? Oh my god, be gentle with us. Okay, we get the shoe shot. There's the selfie. Let's go. Oh, he waved by. All right. Well, yeah, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. It was a team effort. Shout out to Matt providing the camera. Shout out to Not Jewel helping with the moves. And shout out to all the rest of you. The chatters, the lurkers, the raiders, the fans and supporters. I'd like to thank you all for being here, for supporting Hannah. It was an absolute roller coaster game, if I can share from the get-go here. Hannah, she opted to not castle early, and she put the knights on the edge, and it was looking pretty dire. And in fact, in this opportunity, b4 could have won some material for white, but instead, the opportunity was missed. And Hannah, she took that chance, and she didn't really look back until a few critical moments in the end game. Here we see the queen trade with f6, and this is where, if you look at the clock, 26:24 to 27:50, this guy went below 9 minutes here on this move. And Hannah slowly gave back that time and gave back the pawn. After winning this pawn here, we didn't go for rook c5. Instead, going for the a file. And yeah, here Hannah, she didn't want to go for the draw. She kept playing on, which cost her a pawn, but was leading to some very exciting chances. She pushed through. White was pushing their g pawns, and then Hannah was able to get back to the a file, attack the knight and pin the knight. Here's where um, an opportunity was missed by white to play rook f6. They instead go here, which allowed for king e4, which is a winning shot here by Hannah. So white has to give up the exchange. And then white gives up the knight for the 2 pawns versus the rook and the king boxing out our king. So unfortunately, Hannah unable to convert the rook, and in this moment, she played the blunder rook c8. So from winning to now equal with the only move b5. So giving up the c pawn, but running the b pawn home. So yeah, this game ends in a draw here. So congratulations still to Hannah, still unbeaten, but obviously not the result we were hoping for. She still played a heck of a game. And yeah, let me ask her if she wants to do a interview, perhaps. You thought she flagged. Luckily not. But yeah, she was winning, unable to convert. If we were to follow this game out, there's only 2 moves that win here. It's rook d8 and king f6. So if king f6, again, the pawns can't move, right? This rook here has them locked. If push takes push, we can play, it's saying rook b2. There's rook check. Also, I like this a lot because it forces the king away. Now our king can come in. Here, we can just do something like this. And if king here or whatever, then now our king comes in and we just win the pawn. So I think understanding that the pawns can't push, we just kind of leave our rook where it is. We bring the king in. And now if they go for something like this, we do something like this. And now here's where it's maybe a little tricky. We have to just bring the rook over somewhere. So now, like, these pawns can get through now, but so can our king, right? King e7. Maybe there's, I mean, if here, king d8, and if here, now we have check, and now our king comes in, right? If here, then we go here. If here, we just have king c7. So, obviously very easy to see with the computer helping you. You can't find the DGT. That was so tiring. Hi, Hannah. I can send you the link here on Discord. Let us know if you want to join in, or if you're gonna head out and we can send a raid. Yeah, you were definitely winning. But like you said, it's really hard with time pressure, so it's a tricky end game for sure. 2 pawns versus a rook. Your rook had the pawns frozen, but then you moved the rook to c8, and that let the b pawn get through. So still, you didn't lose, which is great. I mean, white had some opportunities, actually. They missed a couple of chances where they could have really pressed through. So, like Screws is saying, draw is a fair result. But yeah, let us know if you'd like to hop on a call. We could go over the game briefly, or we can send everyone else off on a raid. Perhaps. Yeah, it was like a roller coaster. It was very back and forth. Like the start of the game, I think We were hoping, or at least I was hoping, you would castle earlier, and then your opponent had this chance to play b4 and like win some material, but then they didn't do it. 4 times, that's crazy. Like during the rook versus pawn, you hope Hannah doesn't face Asmo? Why not, Screws? For your Grenke guesser, Hannah can't face her? Yeah, because their scores are so different, right? Even if they're in the same section, they're a point apart, yeah. Well, there weren't many times where it was that equal after like, but yeah, I think offering a draw that many times is kind of annoying, but that's also probably part of the play, to be honest. Like people do that on purpose, just psychologically, but it's annoying for sure. Like, you know, I also like to just play the game out. I actually had an opponent offer me a draw repeatedly, actually, like every single move between moves like 1 and 5. And I had an arbiter step in. I didn't even do anything. Arbiter just came in and was like, "You're getting warned." So he was like, "The next draw offer you make, I will forfeit your game." I was like, "Well, that solved that problem." And then he went on to beat me. You may raid. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. You're all amazing, and we're all here in a common goal of supporting Hannah because Hannah is also amazing, and we're proud of her, regardless of the result. Sure, she had her chances, but so did her opponent, and at the end, their strength were too even to settle the difference over the board. So they settle with a draw, and Hannah will move on to round 8 with, is it 6 out of 7? No. Or what is it? Technically 5 out of 7? I guess it's technically 5 out of 7. But she's got 2 more rounds left to make some magic happen. So be sure to tune in next time. It's been a pleasure. It's been a very fun game to watch. Couldn't have asked for more, except maybe the win at the end. But next time. Also, shout out to Matt helping out with the camera. Shout out to Joe Cozy tuning in. Phoebe's live again? You're joking. She rated us. What a marvelous opportunity for us to return the raid and the favor. That is true. She is live. Okay. I'm going to raid Phoebe. I don't have the power to raid on. I don't have the power to read. I'm illiterate, so someone needs to help me. All right, thank you to the Hannah Sayce mods and team. Maybe that was Hannah herself. We'll raid from, dude. Look at that mod team over there. That's amazing. Really, shout out to the mods doing the Lord's work. Screws has mini power. Screws is just a magical man. What can't he do? All right, we're sending the double raid back to Phoebe. Thanks everyone for being here. You're all amazing, and we will see you all next time. Have a good one. Take care of yourselves. Show Phoebe a good time. We'll see y'all there. Bye.